come to the front seat. She's done a series of training in helping us improve our skills as pharmacists, especially in the area of leadership and in the area of solving problems. Her session last year is a masterclass to go back to. So after this session, please still watch the sessions from last year. They're on YouTube. I think we'll share the links. We have a whole Rolodex of a number of these sessions that we've done over the years. None of them is lost. And all of them are evergreen knowledge packs. Also, we have Novartis in the house. Novartis. Please come. Come and sit in the very before of these distinguished pharmacists. You can see him, right? Oh, don't worry. It's the right leg. It was the right leg. It was telling you that great things are in the offing. Okay, so before I begin to say praise the Lord, let me quickly invite pharmacist Kola Wojola. He's going to be taking the first session. But before we take the first session, we have one short quiz that's going to just give us a small taste of what is to come. Pharmacist Raji, please, let's have the quiz. And the first person to get this gets a recharge card. The first person to get the answer to the riddle. This is the riddle. I begin with M, a hormone's best friend. In the stomach I dwell, slowing gastric end. For the diabetic, a weekly delight. Controlling their sugars, both morning and night. Who am I? If you want to win something, you have to get the mic and talk. Who wants to answer? Okay.
Metformin.
Metformin is not a weekly. It's not a weekly delight, is it? Who else? Please put up the riddle. Okay, so in order not to slow or delay this session, let's quickly take the session. Keep thinking about it, but don't go to ChatGPT. You must not go to ChatGPT. And I will find out. So please, with a good round of applause, let's welcome Pharmacist Kola Wojola for his session. This should tell you that you will expect questions after the session. Okay? Thank you, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to say a very big thank you to the leadership of PSN Lagos for this rare opportunity to handle this masterclass for the year of 2025. To the elders in the house, the fellows, past chairmen, and all protocols duly observed. Thank you very much. I slide. So we're talking about the pharmacist's role in vaccination opportunities and challenges. Thank you. So how do I use this now? All right, good. And I'm happy that the overall theme for the week is about enhancing access and equity for universal health coverage. So it's a good time to talk about vaccination and the effect of immunization. My name is Pharmacist Kola Wojola, Merit Award winner once again. And I'm the CEO of Preventive Health Nigeria Advocacy Operations Limited. And what we do is to make sure that we connect necessary stakeholders to improve awareness about vaccine, preventable diseases, and vaccines so that we can all make quality decisions that will impact the society where we operate. This will be the flow. There are two sides to my to this class this morning. There are two sides to it. Can you all hear me very well? Can you all hear me very well? Wow. Okay. I was taking it for granted that the speakers are already very loud. Okay. There are two sides. The first side is to make us pharmacists believe in the value of vaccines. So I had already done my slides before I said, no. We're not going to take that for granted. Let's first educate ourselves so that we know what vaccines can do. That's when we can start talking about how we can play our part and roles. Am I correct? So in the first few minutes, I will talk about that, about the value of vaccines. Then the second part will be to talk about the current situation of immunization in Nigeria. We look at the desired end. Where do we want to be ideally? Then we look at the challenges. What are the challenges? Why are we not there? We examine the opportunities, and then we look at the way forward. What steps can we take? Leaving this hall now, what can we do as pharmacists to plug into these various opportunities? So for the second part, from 2 to 6, I would like to have volunteers so to pick one card each to read out what is there so that it can be interactive. So I'm not going to do the second part all by myself. We're going to do it together. Is that okay? It's nothing difficult. Is that okay? All right, good. Not now. When it's time. So the value of vaccines. The first thing we need to know is that there is nothing that rivals the efficacy of vaccines other than clean drinking water. Let's think about antibiotics. They were called miracle drugs in the 1960s because before antibiotics came to be, if you had a small cut, that small cut can kill you. I mean, just think about when there was no Ampiclox, there was no ampicillin and all those things. So when antibiotics came, they just changed the scene of human lives and existence. But we've not had any antibiotic that's been able to eradicate any disease. Am I correct? So we all take antibiotics regularly, but they can never rival what vaccines have been able to do in saving lives. Now, let's look at this, for example. But before I look at the details of that, let's go basic. What are vaccines and how do they work? Who can tell us what a vaccine is? Not a trick question. What are vaccines? So we know that vaccines are biological substances. What do? They mimic the way the body immunity works. Am I correct? So we already have an immune system. And what vaccines do is to mimic that system, how it works. The body recognizes an infection and it develops what we call an immunity against it. Can you help us work on this, please? Hello? All right. So, how are vaccines made? I'm doing this, I'm being very basic because out there now we have many people saying a lot of things about vaccines. And sad to say, many healthcare professionals these days are the ones talking against something that we should know, that we are supposed to be the ones to promote them. There are many ways of making vaccines. The traditional ways, you inject the whole virus or the whole bacteria, all right? Like a chickenpox vaccine, for example. You're welcome, sirs. A chickenpox vaccine is a whole virus, all right? So you inject that virus, but it's not the part that can cause disease, all right? You would have weakened it to a level that it cannot cause the disease, but the body can recognize it as what we call an antigen. So the body develops an antibody. I know we know these things, but it's important to review them. The second type is you don't inject the whole virus, you just inject a part of the virus, like the HPV vaccine, for example. It's just the shell. And so that's why I'm amazed when people say that when you take that vaccine, it can even cause, it can never cause it because the part of it, which is the nucleus that causes the disease, has been removed. It's just a shell So, but the body still sees the shell and say, oh, that guy is a bad guy. And the body begins to make, antibodies against it. The third type, which is a new generation vaccines, are the RNA vaccines, okay? Just the genetic material. And I know that this is what many people are scared of, the COVID vaccine. Am I correct? But there's nothing to fear. It's just to make the body to recognize that there is a stranger in the house and start making, efforts to fight against it. So how do they work? Very simple. Introduce what we call an antigen. The body recognizes it and says, oh, this is hostile. And the body develops what we call antibodies for what? Future infections. And at a point in time, the body develops what we know the memory cells, so that all your lifetime, you are able to fight that disease without having the infection. All right. What is the alternative? You can have the infection, then your body develops what? The antibody. How many of us have had any you've ever had chicken pox or something like that? So your body recognized it for the first time and your body fought. And now you can't have chicken pox again. You understand that? But instead of going through that painful experience, and I hope you know that sometimes chicken pox can kill at some, if you develop some complications of respiratory problems and so on and so forth, pneumonia and so on. So instead of going through that risk and all that pain, you could have just taken an artificial route, okay? Such that what your body would do the work to recognize as a real disease, the vaccine mimics that disease and your body still develops the antibody. Please, which one will you choose? The risk of dying from a disease or the risk of having what we could even call a side effect from a vaccine, which usually there's really no side effect other than what we have, thought of in our minds and people have said on social media, really. Just like I said, the only thing you can compare with vaccines is safe drinking water. Why? Because they are not just efficacious, they are also very safe, relatively speaking. So when you look at from 1964 to 2019, the number of vaccine preventable diseases that we now administer vaccines for have risen from like 5 to close to 16. What does that tell you? The system or the medical community, the World Health Organization, the government and parastatals, they are all recognizing that the more we prevent the diseases, the longer we are able to live and the safer our communities are. For example, look at the rotavirus vaccine, for example. Before the rotavirus vaccine came, some 12 years ago, a woman told me that was a matron. She said our ward used to be full of babies that had diarrhea. That anytime you enter the pediatric ward, you just see babies, all of them poo-pooing, and diarrhea could be very stubborn when it comes to children. That's one of the things that makes a mother very, very afraid. Because the moment the baby, I remember I once had that with my first daughter many years ago. The moment that baby starts stooling, you never know when it will stop. Then you need to keep that baby in the hospital until the baby is what? Then you need to use infusion. You need, the mother cannot go to work. Am I correct? Even if the father is at work, in his mind, it's like, I hope all is well. But can you imagine? He said the moment the rotavirus vaccine was introduced, the wards became empty. Why? Because you went to the root of it. You prevented it so that you don't even need to treat it. Is that okay? So that's a miracle of vaccines. The same thing for pneumococcal vaccine and so on and so forth. And you can see the new introduction there, which is a human papilloma virus, vaccine. Now let's look at this. I think this is very clear. We don't need too many stories. See the time the infection was recognized or whatever it was. And check out the time when the introduction of the vaccine appeared. What was the difference? Can you see that? The moment the vaccine was introduced, you see that the disease just tapered into what? Into nothingness. You can see that for diphtheria. Unfortunately, there was a diphtheria outbreak in Nigeria just last year. Why? Because people stopped taking the vaccine. It happened also in America because they say, oh, because there's no disease again, we don't need the vaccine. Then it started coming up, all right? So, and you look at pertussis, that's the whooping cough, look at measles. So we can see from all these real life scenarios that the moment you put in a vaccine, the disease just vanishes. In some cases, completely eradicated. Okay? So what that means is vaccines are very effective when we use them as well to use them, and we need to introduce them to more babies and more adults as well. Now, why do we need to vaccinate? As I said, I'm going very basic so that by the time we leave this, by the time we come to talking about, challenges, opportunities, what we do, we are very confident that we need to be the custodians of vaccines, and we need to be the advocates for vaccination everywhere we are. The first reason is to strengthen the body's immunity. Let me give an example for the rotavirus. You strengthen that baby's immunity to a level where the baby cannot even have a breakthrough infection of the rotavirus. And the baby does not suffer from unnecessary diarrhea. That's the rotavirus diarrhea. Okay, but that's not all. You now stop the spread of that disease. So for everyone that's not vaccinated in your child's school, that person, that child is also a risk to other children. All right? So a chickenpox vaccine, for example, a child has never taken chickenpox and has never had chickenpox. That means that child is open to not just have chickenpox, but also to do what? To infect other people. Now, I hope you know that chickenpox has made them shut down boarding houses. Why? Because it's about 90% contagious. There's a very, very high likelihood that if somebody has chickenpox, you don't even need to contact the person. The person sneezes and it goes around the whole family, then and so on and so forth. So for every person that's not vaccinated, you are a risk to other people. That's what we're saying. So we can spread the disease and the build of community immunity. And the third reason is there are some people who are not fully protected. If we have 10 people in a room and 8 of them are vaccinated, you don't need to vaccinate the other 2. You know why? Because there's something we call the herd immunity. Those that are immunized will not allow the disease to go to the other people. Okay? So that's why we always want the immunity, the vaccination. We want the vaccination coverage to get to like 80-85%. So that the other people might not need to vaccinate. So we need to up the figures. So it's a game of figures. It's a game of numbers. And finally, there are people that are too sick. So there are two extremes. You have the neonates who might not be able to take vaccines at all, before the age of 6 weeks. Then you have the elderly who are also at the extremes. You want to protect these people because they are the people that when they get infections, they are likely not to survive. So when many of us get the vaccines, we can protect those that might not be able to, or the extremes of ages. Is that okay? So that's why we need to vaccinate. Now, another concept I want to introduce is vaccine is no longer for just neonates and babies. Vaccine starts actually from the womb. So we start vaccination from 3 months before a baby is born. The baby begins to get vaccinated. You are able to give some vaccines to the mother while she's pregnant, and so that before the baby even enters the world, is already getting coverage or what we call immunity against certain vaccines. That's also things like tetanus, pertussis, the RSV, and so on and so forth. Now, when that child is born, that's 0, the child takes the normal routine immunization. We all know that, right? Now, but that does not stop, because I've heard some people say, we heard in the primary health care center that, after 9 months, there's no more vaccine. That's a very big lie. That's not correct. Kunle Desita will tell you that that's not the case, all right? Now, there are vaccines also for adolescents. As that child is going to primary school, there are vaccines that child is supposed to take. All right. As that child is also growing up to get to university level, there are vaccines. For example, the meningitis vaccine is very, very important. Hello? Hello? Can you all hear me? All right. Okay. So the meningitis, it has been found that All right, no problem. So I'll just continue. So it has been found that adolescents from about 14, 15 years old are carriers of the meningococcal, disease or virus, as it were. And so when people go to university, that's when they fall in love. You know what I'm talking about. They found out that at this part of their body, at their throat, that is where the hosts, that's where they host the disease. So they become carriers. They don't have the disease, but they are carriers. And so when they found out that when people are kissing and all that, they are busy exchanging meningitis. Now, the risk of that is this. When those boys and girls go back home and they go and carry their junior, babies, their junior ones, who are just about 2, 1, 2, and all that, they transmit that to them. So that's I'm opening your eyes to that there are some ages that make vaccination important in those ages because of the kind of risk they have. All right. So adolescents adults also have certain vaccines they are supposed to take. The diphtheria vaccine, for example, there's something about diphtheria vaccine. It does not last for a long time. For a maximum of 10 years, it goes down. You have to build it up again because it's not a live virus, all right? So it's important, for example, for a woman to take tetanus vaccine every 10 years, especially when the woman is at a childbearing age, okay? So as an adult, there are vaccines you might need, all right? The flu vaccine, for example, if you travel a lot, it's wisdom to say, all right, I'm going to Europe, and let me take a flu shot before I go. There's nothing that's so difficult about that to do. And finally, the elderly. Now, because the elderly, there's something we call immunosenescence, that as you are growing older, your immunity begins to drop. So there are certain vaccines that are meant for our fathers. I'm not looking at anyone. All right, okay? So all these vaccines here, in fact, there is now, there's a shingles vaccine. Elderly. So from 55 to 90. So from 55 to 90, once you are crossing your okay, all right, sir, all right. Once you are crossing your 60th, 65th, and 70, let's just say about 70, all right. So for instance, there's a shingles vaccine now. It's not in Nigeria yet, but when people that have had chicken pox before, by the time they cross over to 55 and above, the virus responsible for chicken pox will be sitting down in their ganglions, waiting for their immunity to drop. The moment their immunity drops, it now comes out as shingles, which is one of the most painful things. Some people have described it as worse than hell. So fortunately, there is a vaccine, for that. So there is a vaccine for every age. That's what I'm talking. So as you are now, there's a vaccine for you. You only need to discover it and, just take it, okay? So that's a global dream that we make vaccination a lifetime thing. Now, let's talk about the eradication of diseases. And just like I said, I'm sure many of us never saw this. I never saw it, and I'm happy I never saw it, but this is a very terrible thing. Can somebody tell me what singular agent removed this from planet Earth? What was it? Vaccine. Nothing else other than vaccine. So I'm amazed when people preach against vaccine. I'm like, have people so easily forgotten about these evil things? Because this I would say is demonic. Because once you have it, number one, it's a ticket to death. Number two, it's just too ugly to see. Then have we forgotten about polio? From 10 years ago, there were 4 countries that were still holding the whole world. They were called pain. The Pakistan, the Afghanistan, India, and what? Nigeria. So it's no longer pain. It's now up. All right? So the only 2 countries that are remaining are Afghanistan and what? Pakistan. Fortunately for us, we have a vaccine that has, removed or almost eradicated. Let's just say we have almost eradicated polio. We are just very, very close. Nigeria is one of the countries where we have eradicated polio. I think we should clap for ourselves. And it's not all that bad. But what we are saying is about 20 million cases of polio have been prevented by what? What's the population of Lagos State? Can you imagine the whole Lagos State? Can you imagine the whole Lagos State having polio? That's how terrible it is. So we have a tool in our hand, and we need to be the advocates of that tool, which is vaccine. So we are now 150 million diseases, or rather deaths, have been prevented by vaccines from the year that's 50 years ago is what? 2024, 50 years. Now, we're talking of every year about 2 million deaths are prevented from vaccines. Now, if that's not something you recognize, now, some 10 years ago, Nigeria had a population of 150 million or thereabout. You can imagine an entire country that's been saved from, unnecessary death. That's what we are saying. Cumulatively, in a period of 50 years, we've been able to prevent 50 million deaths. And we have broken it down to the various diseases. You can see measles takes a very, very large chunk there. You can see pneumonia there. Streptococcus pneumonia, 1.63 million deaths, and so on and so forth. What are we saying? If we encourage more vaccination, we can live a better life. We can live a brighter life and make this world a more livable place, even for our children's children, if we do the right thing. Okay? Now, I want you to look at this. Who can tell me the odd one out of all these graphs? Which one is the odd one out? Who can spot it? Thank you, cervical cancer. At the point where any vaccine is introduced, you see that the cases of that disease begins to drop. The only exception is cervical cancer, and the issue now is the largest place where there is cervical cancer in the world are countries like Nigeria, where every 1 hour a woman dies of cervical cancer. Every 1 hour. So before we leave this place, if we stay 4 hours here, 4 women have died. All right, that's just the truth. You can check it out yourself. I used to think it was just figures until it affected somebody that was close to me. And I heard that, 3 other people, and I heard, wow, this is very serious. So if we are very serious about making the world a better place, then we had better stop telling girls not to take the HPV vaccine. That's why I'm showing you that. The reason it's an exception is this part of the world where we have the higher number of cases, we are busy campaigning against the HPV vaccine, and it's not helping anybody. So we need to make up our minds. Do vaccines work? Are they useful? It's either yes or no. If they are not useful, let's throw them. But if they are useful, then let's do the needful. Okay? And now I've been able to break that down to various cumulative deaths. Now let's talk about economy now. Let's talk about money. For every $1 you put into vaccine, it has been proven that you save how much? $20. You get $20 back. What do we mean by that? I was listening to the radio program this morning and, very beautiful program. So when we do a cost analysis, when somebody is sick, it's not just a sickness. His business is affected. Am I correct? Look at that woman that had a child with rotavirus. The woman that has a child with rotavirus, if it's a daily earner, for example, she will not be able to go to work. Now she'll have to spend that money in the hospital and all that. By the time we calculate how much she has saved and the family has saved by vaccination, we have $20 back. Now there's even a more advanced calculation that says how much are societies even willing to pay to prevent things like, measles and so on. They found out that you can stretch the investment, the return on the investment on vaccines, you can stretch it to as much as $1 to $52. Now, there's nothing in the world that has that level of return on investment. So what we are saying is that vaccines are, one of the cheapest ways to get to the end of a healthier world that we are looking for. And the healthier we are, the wealthier we are. So this is another thing we need to look at. Families are being pushed into poverty, not only because of what is happening in our country, but even in countries of the world. Anytime somebody has a cancer, for example, the amount of money they will need to spend to treat that cancer will go into millions. And that still does not guarantee that that woman or that child will be whole. So we are saying that vaccines will prevent about 24 million people from falling into what? The poverty trap. So the money that could have been used to treat that cancer, now there are 2 cancers now that can be prevented with vaccines. You have the liver cancer, am I correct? Through hepatitis B vaccine, as cheap as it is, you can prevent yourself or your family or from anybody from spending close to 5, 7, 8, 9 million, and they will keep spending. Now, the cervical cancer also, after spending like 5 million, money has just started getting spent. Am I correct? But you could have prevented it with a vaccine of less than 100,000. So when you do the math, you find out that any way you look at it, vaccines also always win. Okay? So before I go to the next session, let's look at antimicrobial resistance. Well, as the custodians of drugs, we need to be confident of the fact that antimicrobial resistance, when we talk about it, if you don't do your calculation very well, you say, all right, if we now don't dispense any antibiotics, how are we going to make our money? But really, if you look at it in a clearer way, if all the antimicrobials we are giving out no longer work, then we don't have a job any longer because nobody would trust us, okay? So why don't we save the number of antimicrobial agents we have for the ones that will always work when we give them? Okay, what I'm talking about is this. Let's look at pneumonia. If we have many people taking different pills, or I think I have pneumonia, I think this, or a simple, what do you call it? A simple cold. People start taking different types of antimicrobial agents, right? Am I correct? Now, but what if we don't even have to, use those antimicrobials and we save them for the very serious cases? I guarantee you that we'll even make more money on those ones because those ones are guaranteed to work. So what we are saying now is if we don't even have the disease, we won't even need to use the antimicrobials. So when we are talking about antimicrobial resistance, vaccines have a very, very vital role because where there is no infection, there's no need for treatment. And it has been proven that for the pneumococcal vaccine, for example, it has reduced the antimicrobial use in the United Kingdom by 72%. That's huge. Okay? And in some other countries as high as 28%. The good news is the pneumococcal vaccine is being used in Nigeria. All right? It's free, but unfortunately, people are not getting it. You know why people are not getting it? Because of bad press. Oh, don't take vaccines. You know what we are trying to do? What we are doing to ourselves as a country is that we are putting too much drugs into the system. Okay, am I correct? And the efficacy of those drugs are dropping every day. And we are getting to a point where no antimicrobial agent will work any longer for anybody. That's not a good place to be. And the burden of infectious diseases is not in Europe or America, it's right here. So if we love ourselves, what we should do is to promote vaccines to reduce so that we can reduce the burden of on antimicrobial agents. And maybe I should use this opportunity to just say that there are certain infections now that there is no antimicrobial agent that can work for them again. There are certain gonorrhea cases that you have it, that's the end. So, but the good thing is vaccines are coming to the rescue. So there are vaccines that are being made now for those, very resistant cases. I think that's good news. So that you don't even have to go through the stress of trying to look for the antimicrobial agent. People have gone from, using the 4th generation antimicrobials for ordinary toothache. That's a big problem. So why don't we save this precious antimicrobial now? Because if you look at the pipeline of pharmaceuticals, you find out that not many antimicrobial agents are being made. All right? If you are talking of cancer drugs, you see a lot of research, but you don't see a lot of research when it comes to antimicrobial. So if we really love ourselves as a people, I think we should promote more of vaccines. Why? Because for every reduction for every increase in PCV for pneumococcal vaccine coverage, there is also a 47 reduction in antibiotic use. So that will reduce the stress. So yes, I think with that I've been able to show you the value of vaccines. Am I correct? So are vaccines very, very important? Are we going to promote them? Okay, fine. So I need volunteers. Could you please help me? So I want you to just distribute this so to make it so that we can all do it together. You just read out what is there. So there are 5 titles. I want you to tell me whatever you are holding in your hand when the microphone gets you, just tell us whether what you are holding, the point, you will read it out to us. Is it an opportunity? Is it a challenge? Yeah. Is it a desire? So let me go back to the front so that you know what we're trying to do here. Don't worry, there's no big deal about it. So you are going to tell us whether what you are holding is a current situation. You can look at the board. Is it a desired end? Is it a challenge? Is it an opportunity or the way forward? So just read it and tell us, that's all. And if you want to pass, just tell us you want to pass. All right, yes, ma'am?
Okay. The regulatory and administrative apparatus to be repurposed to accommodate and accelerate the involvement of pharmacists in the vaccine space. There is an opportunity for pharmacists, actually.
Okay, beautiful.
Because pharmacists are the medication experts.
Yeah.
So for pharmacists to be involved, I think is very, very essential. You can't ask pharmacists to just sit in the corner when it comes to administration of vaccines.
All right. Thank you very much. So we'll get to know whether your classification was the right place. You said the right thing. What I'm saying is, of all the 4, whatever, we know. All right. Don't worry. You said it's an opportunity. We'll find out. Yes, sir?
The value chain of vaccines comfortably accommodates pharmacists and their services. Definitely, it is the way forward.
It's the way forward. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Missed opportunities. Missed opportunities.
Missed opportunities.
We are missing the opportunity if we are not grasping the message of the usage of vaccine and transmitting it to the populace.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Thank you, sir.
Pharmacy curriculum to include courses on immunology and vaccinology. I think it's a plus for pharmacy, but presently it's a challenge to the universities.
It's a way forward and a challenge. Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you, sir. I'm grateful. Thank you, sir.
The exodus of multinational giants from Nigeria. This is obviously an opportunity, even though you might look at it as a challenge.
As a challenge. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Says the pharmacist is the most accessible healthcare provider. So that's the current situation.
The current situation. All right, sir. Thank you, sir.
DTP3 coverage is 62% versus global average of 85%. We are getting there, but not yet there.
Is it where does it sit? Is it current situation or
current
situation? Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yes, meet the SDG 3 by 2030. That means we need to really work hard. Yes, we should embrace vaccine.
Thank you.
And vaccination.
Thank you, ma. So where does that sit? Is it a current situation, a desired end? Is it a challenge? Is it an opportunity?
It's a challenge.
Okay.
It's a challenge which we must rise up to meet.
All right. Beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Nigeria has the highest number of zero-dose children, 2.2 million.
Yeah.
Well, the number of the zero-dose children 2.2 million. I think that is correct, but I don't know if Nigeria has the highest number.
In this region?
In this region?
In this region, yes.
Okay, I think that is correct. And it's a challenge, really, but in this challenge lies opportunity for policies to be formulated for the zero-dose children to be reached.
To be reached.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Grateful.
A malaria vaccine has been approved for use in Nigeria, and it's already been piloted in 2 states of the Federation, Kebbi and Bayelsa.
Wow. Thank you. So where do we put that? Is that a current situation, or is it an opportunity? Is it a challenge?
It's an opportunity.
It's an opportunity. Okay, beautiful. Thank you.
High burden areas.
Okay, thank you.
Identify and actualize opportunities for pharmacists in the vaccine space. What do you mean by actualize?
Take advantage of the opportunity. So where do we put that? Which bucket do we put that?
Those buckets, I can't see them, unfortunately. So you have to tell me what it says.
Is it a current situation? Is it an opportunity? Is it a challenge? Or is it desired earned? Where do you put that?
I think it has passed them desired end right now, because we have pharmacists that are actually doing this. But it's an opportunity because the numbers are still very few.
Yeah, next step.
The numbers are very few, so it's an opportunity actually.
Beautiful. All right, good. Any other one? Okay, let's go through it. Yeah. 15 now. No,
pharmacy-based immunization to commence in 1 out of every 10 community pharmacies by Q2 of 2026. I thought they've already commenced. Should I say, is it
an opportunity?
Yeah, it's an opportunity and the way forward. But I think it's a current situation. They have been training, and I think they have been.
All right. Good. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Well, I have before me regional conflicts. So there are a lot of challenges there because you have diseases to manage, and so it calls for opportunities for healthcare providers to up their game to help humanity.
So it's a challenge that we need to overcome.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Health system strength. Whether vaccines and vaccinations constitute health system strength? The answer is no. Rather, it constitutes relief for the health system because it frees up resources that would have gone into disease treatment and manpower commitment for other.
Beautiful. Thank you, sir. It will come back. Just go ahead, sir.
Large-scale misinformation and distrust.
It's a challenge. Thank you very much, sir. Yes. It's a way forward. We'll see all this when I present now. Can we work on that microphone? Okay.
Since 2022, Nigeria has had at least 5 preventable disease outbreaks: cholera, meningitis, yellow fever, diphtheria, measles, Lassa fever. It's a challenge that we have to overcome, and it's also an opportunity for us to get more involved in both education and also in vaccination.
Thank you very much. Is that the last one?
Immunization is a primary health concern, and community pharmacies are centers that already offer primary health services.
So what's that?
Yeah, I think there's opportunity
Beautiful.
there.
Thank you, sir.
And as way forward as well.
Thank you, sir. Any other one again? Yes.
ADTP3 coverage of a minimum of 80%.
Okay. Where is that? Is that a desired end or next step or what?
It's not our desired end.
All right, okay.
We should expect 100% coverage or
Thank
at
you.
most 90%.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay.
Yeah, rising up to the challenge to acquire knowledge, skills.
Opportunity. All right, thank you. Okay. Is any other one? How many more do we have? Okay, let's quickly rush through it. It's an opportunity. The era of vaccine security. Any other one? One more. All right. Just speak out loud so that. Current situation. All right. Is that all? All right. Thank you. Can you give me my screen back, please? Hello? Can I have my screen back? My presentation. All right. Fine. No. They can't have it. Okay. So let's see whether we all got it right. So current situation. Nigeria has the highest number of zero-dose children, 2.2 million in this region, right? That is a big challenge, but that's where we are now. Okay? The DTP3, what is DTP3? That's a diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis. The third dose. That's actually how we measure how many children in a country are getting the vaccine. It's one thing for the vaccine to be available, it's another thing for it to be administered. So this, I want you to note that this is the benchmark globally, how we measure countries. So every country is being measured by DTP3, the third dose of diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus vaccine. Can I have my screen, please? 2 minutes. So if you see there, we have put them into buckets so that by the time we get to the next steps, we now find out what we all need to do. Okay? We talked about COVID in 2020, but I'm not even talking about COVID now. I'm talking of post-COVID. We've had cholera, we've had meningitis outbreak, we've had yellow fever outbreak. All these are vaccine preventable. And if we actually make use of the vaccines as we ought to, we're not going to be having this outbreak. So that is the current situation. Nigeria is still having a lot of infectious diseases outbreak. So we're in a situation where we need to do something. Now, another current situation, this is good news, but not all good news. More vaccines have been introduced. We have the rotavirus in 2022. We have the HPV in 2023. And we even have the 5-valent meningitis vaccine, ACWY and X. Nigeria is the only country that has that vaccine in the whole world. But unfortunately, I don't know whether anybody knows that it's even available. People are not taking it, and that's for adults. So finally, a malaria vaccine has been. How many of us know that a malaria vaccine is in the country right now? So it's been piloted in 2 states, and very soon it will be available. Unfortunately, those 2 states are not doing fine at all. Many of those vaccines are sitting down in their warehouses and they are just enjoying the fridge. Malaria vaccine. Malaria. One more. So there is a whole lot that's going on. Now let's look at our desired end. What do we really want? We want a DTP coverage of a minimum. I didn't say 80%, a minimum. When we have a coverage of at least, what did I say about herd immunity? When we are able to get at least 8 out of 10 people vaccinated, what happens to the other people? They are covered. So we need to increase our DTP coverage. The SDG 3 is about health and wellness, and that's where we want to be by 2030. That's a tall order for a country like Nigeria because there are still a lot of babies that are not vaccinated, just so. Identify and actualize opportunities for pharmacists we want to all know where the opportunities are and actualize them. That's our desired end. Now, talking about the challenges, there's a large scale of misinformation. How many of us have seen WhatsApp messages about the HPV vaccine? How many of us? How many of us? Now, the next question I want to ask is, how many of us as pharmacists responded? There is one group, the estate I was living before, one woman just posted something. Oh, I was livid early in the morning. She said so many bad things and vaccines are whatever. All I did was, since I'm a part of the estate, I just picked up my phone and I put scientific data. In fact, I was referencing them. So I now said, early questions, she just stopped. That's what we are supposed to do. You don't just humor it and say, these people. No. What did you do about it? So there's a last, and the worst part of it is pediatricians they are sitting down in their offices and telling you why HPV vaccine is bad. Now that's a terrible thing. That's the worst I've ever seen. Right there in Edo State, they had to remove the pediatric association had to do something about that doctor. The same thing, pharmacists, nurses. Please let this stop from today. Don't be the one that passes on misinformation because you never know who is dying from that misinformation. Now, something personal happened to me. Somebody very close to me died just last year. The person was improving, and the doctors were so impressed. And within 24 hours, everything just nosedived, and the person died. And they said, we must find out what happened. Do you know one of the things they found out? They found out that, it was meningitis within the hospital, nosocomial meningitis infection. It was my own very brother. What if he had taken meningitis vaccine? Do you get what I'm... So that's why I'm passionate about certain things. When I hear some of these things, I just get livid about it. Because you don't know who is dying from that misinformation. So let's be very, very careful, okay? Health systems train. We have too many doctors, pharmacists, nurses that have traveled, and we don't even have enough people to even take care of our health. Talk less of administer vaccine. That's a very, very terrible thing. Regional conflicts. We know that in the northern parts of Nigeria, there were outbreaks of polio once again because of regional conflicts. Missed opportunities. What we mean by missed opportunities is this. If you don't get the vaccine in the hospital, you go to a pharmacy, right? In the pharmacy, they talk to you about everything. Oh, how are you? Then they dispense the drug for you, then you go home. Within that pharmacy, you could have heard, oh, have you taken your HPV vaccine? No, this, that. Hearing about it and being given the opportunity to take it in another healthcare setting, which is a pharmacy, is what helps us to reduce missed opportunities. If you can't get it in the pharmacy, you should be able to go to your school and get it. If you don't get it in the school, you should be able to go to church and get it. So every place where you can hear the information and get the vaccine and you are not getting it is what we call missed opportunity. So that's a big challenge in Nigeria. Then the exodus of people like Kunle's company, and it has left us with a lot of challenges with vaccine. Honestly, the GSK, Pfizer, Sanofi, and so on and so forth has left us with more burdens of vaccine preventable disease. Now, these are the opportunities. I want to quickly go through this. I have just 2 minutes to go. The pharmacist is the most accessible healthcare provider. How many of us say yes to that? Number 2, so what that means is we can be the best advocates of vaccine. Am I correct? Now, because they will talk to you before they talk to their doctor or before they see any nurse, they won't queue. Am I correct? The immunization is already a primary health concern. And we are already doing everything they do in primary PHC, we are doing in our pharmacy. Am I correct? You do you measure BP, you advise, you do everything. So we are the best suited for vaccination. Am I correct about that? Now, the third one is the value chain of vaccines. From the time it's produced, from the time it's marketed, everything. It clearly accommodates pharmacists more than any other healthcare professional. Research and development, I'm almost done. So we have to look at that value chain from the time of research up to the time of manufacture, up to the time of regulatory approvals. How many pharmacists here work in regulatory? So every part of the vaccine chain, the pharmacist is there. So we need to take advantage of that as well. Now, there's an era of vaccine security. During COVID, there was a lot of talk about, well, the Western nations are not sharing vaccines and so on. So there's a decision now. They are saying, now, do you know that of all the vaccines that we use in Africa, only 1% is even being produced in Africa. Only 1%, even less than 1%. And we are not even producing it fully. So there is this decision that's going on that let every region be responsible for what? Its own vaccine. So, the big opportunity now is there are many vaccines now in the chain that are being proposed to be made locally here. The malaria vaccine, for example, malaria is not the white man's problem. I hope you know that. So if we do not take the opportunity, now they are giving us the signals that, are you willing to make your own vaccine yourself? And that's a very big opportunity. You can imagine if one of our indigenous companies, pharmaceutical companies, takes up everything that GSK is doing in the UK or Pfizer is doing in the US. The opportunity is here now because WHO is saying the opportunity, just take it. All right? So the good thing is there are discussions of technology transfer, fill and finishing discussions that are ongoing as I speak. And one of the top pharmaceutical companies in this country, I won't mention their names because we are consulting for them, they are already in a discussion to make sure that they start producing vaccines here from top to bottom in the next 5 years. Is that a good opportunity? What that means is that from the research to the development to the marketing, we now have more jobs for pharmacists to fill. Is that a good news? All right, that's a big opportunity. Now, what are the next steps? What do we need to do? Number one, we all need to rise up to the challenge to acquire what? Knowledge, skills, and attitudes that will rightly position the pharmacist. Now, if there is a webinar to talk about vaccine and it's free, I don't see any reason why you will not find out what they are saying there. It's the easiest thing to do. There are many, many opportunities for you to improve your skills in that area. Research and development. There are many, many skills you need to pick up. All right? Know more about all these things we are talking about and you'll be rightly positioned. Pharmacy-based immunization. I'm happy that there are a couple of pharmacies that are doing that. We have over 6,000 pharmacies, community pharmacies in Nigeria. If only 10%, that's 600, take on fully pharmacy-based immunization, that means every pharmacy is seeing at least 50 patients every day. What you can imagine how many babies, how many adults will be getting vaccinated. So that is a very clear opportunity, which nobody is stopping us from doing. All you need to do is to show the interest and people can take you through, okay? Then let's talk about our pharmacy curriculum. We need to start putting things about immunology. I'm talking to the elders now. Immunology and vaccinology. Because the medical people don't have it. Nursing, nobody has it. So, but we can take it up. So that as you are going through the university, you know everything about vaccines and you are able to come out as a vaccine expert. All right. The next one I wrote down is the regulatory and administrative apparatus to be repurposed. Now, we need to start licensing vaccines now. If I want to license a vaccine, it shouldn't be so much, bottlenecks here and there and so on and so forth. Because, number one, for me to do a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, it costs over $800 million. Can you imagine that money sitting right here in Nigeria? Those are the things we need to start looking at. The malaria vaccine, for example, there was no phase 3 that was done in Nigeria, unfortunately. It was done in Ghana. You can imagine how many people, how many research people from hospitals, from universities that are pharmacists that have benefited. So those are things we are the ones that need to repurpose and reposition ourselves. Nobody is stopping us now from doing all this. And finally, the easiest one is every pharmacist to get involved in debunking vaccine myth and addressing hesitancy. How many of us have social media handles? So today, before we leave here, I want you to post on your social media, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, anything, just post vaccines work. All right? Is that difficult to do? Vaccines what? Work. And you would have done a lot in taking the advantage of the opportunity. So in summary, vaccines have the power to save and transform lives. How many of us agree to that? Number 2, pharmacists have the responsibility to promote the cause of vaccine and raise awareness on vaccine-preventable disease in Nigeria. How many of us agree to that? Then thirdly, there are many opportunities for pharmacists in the vaccine space, and they can be optimized proactively for the overall benefit of the profession and the country at large. Thank you very much. I believe you've gotten something from that. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Brilliant presentation. During the course of the presentation, you mentioned about a particular problem. The press talking against vaccine. I think we need to do something. It is not just enough to just say press. The press, they are part of the society. And if you have ever interacted with the press, it is the quality of the education we produce in the society that has perfected the old press. So you find out that those who are called themselves pressmen, whatever, they are not well schooled. The way they write their thing, whatever. I think we need a situation where we need to maybe convoke a meeting of maybe health correspondents or whatever. Bring them together. Show them these slides. It's not enough to say passing work, this and that, but show them graphically. See this disease state at this level. When this one was done, it goes down, this and that. They will be able to appreciate it better and be able to evidence-based. That way they will be able to communicate better. Because they still influence the society at large. So definitely we must do something about this thing. Because it's not enough to come here, we talk about it or whatever. Whether PSN is going to champion, whether the health correspondent or whatever, maybe you have to find a way of bringing them together. Say, let us parley. Let us discuss these things. It is about our country. It is about our society. And these are the graphical situations. Please help propagate genuine information, not hearsay. So that way, we'll be able to do something.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Like Rufai Hosseini says, it empirical evidence. Well, I was in Arise TV, when was that? But it was for drug distribution and all that. I believe one of these days I'll be there to talk about vaccines. And I heard what you did on the radio. Was it on the radio was that live? The one we're hearing this morning about counterfeit drugs on Thursday. But that's education. I've gone to the media. Every year they invite me for something. But what you are saying in essence is we should call a press conference, a round table with press health correspondents. Yes, sir. The table is on we are ready to champion the preventive health Nigeria. That's part of what we do. Now, one of the things we are doing now is we want to run a weekly podcast just to be talking about all these things and make sure we feed it into press, feed it into social media, and we are getting sponsors to do that. So we are going to do that. I think it's an action on your side, sir.
Thank you very much, my brother. Actually, what my leader just did in the radio last week is something that has actually been on our mind, that we want to educate, because all the time when you are talking about any issue, the end result is that re-education of the people. But the cost of going on radio and TV has actually been so exorbitant that we had had to find some way around it. So if we even see sponsors, we have so many materials. In fact, I've been invited based on the media, shots that we have been, the newspaper, engagement that we've been having. A lot of TV has actually invited us to make sure that they get our own side of the story. But unfortunately also, some of the time you need like 13 million per season to be able to do a weekly program. But we are on it. Thank you.
All right. On our own part, just like he said, we are ready to provide materials. If that kind of opportunity, all these slides, we'll make them available. And please, any pharmacist that's going on social media or TV or media, please, we can, if it's just a minute to talk about the importance of vaccines and just a few shots of what I've said today, we will make the materials available, because, like I said, the time is ticking. If we don't do something, antimicrobial resistance is going up. The economy is not supporting people to buy drugs again, and the healthcare facilities are, reducing healthcare professionals. The only safety net for us is to go the prevention way, if you agree with me. And so from all these points we have shared, I believe I've been able to convince you that, not to confuse, that vaccines work. My host is telling me that there's a session for questions and answers. But a session. So if you can hold on, ma. Or maybe you want to take her. All right.
Yeah. So we're going to reconvene after the sessions. So in a panel. So all of these questions, all of the suggestions can come on there. Please, a rousing round of applause for him again. He kept to time. He said I should tell you that he kept to time. He kept to time. Thank you very much. That was very wonderful. Thanks for your attention to detail. And thank you for always representing pharmacy well. In a number of engagements, he's probably the only pharmacist among several medical doctors, a number of them senior medical doctors around the country. And he's always representing pharmacy in the best of lights. So another round of applause for him again. Thank you, Pharmacist Kola Wojola. Before we go on, I want to quickly recognize, I told you I come bearing gifts. I come bearing gifts. A Santa package for a metformin answer. So the first riddle we asked earlier on, pharmacist Damilola. Please help me with the pronunciation of your surname. Shofowoke gave a brilliant answer to that question. So please come out, march forward quickly to receive your bountiful package of goodies at this auspicious occasion. And I want to request that Pharmacist Lanre Familusi, FPSN, former chairman, PSN Lagos, should please come and present with all gallantry and meticulous attention to these. Photographer.
Well, on behalf of PSN, during this 225 Scientific Week, this is donated to you due to your brilliant answer to the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I have one riddle that I want to take now. If you get this one, Kai. Well, let me read it out first. If you are wearing white cap, I'll give you two gift boxes. I come not in a daily pill. Please listen, you can jot down. No. You are not permitted to use your phone at this time. No ChatGPT. I come not in a daily pill, but in a shot you take. To quiet a gene for your heart's sake. Twice a year, my work is done. Lowering numbers for everyone. What am I? I should come again. No, this one, I will not project this one because of those people at the back that are already on ChatGPT. So the question again, I come not in a daily pill, but in a shot you take to quiet a gene for your heart's sake. So it's related to the heart, right? Good. Twice a year, my work is done. Twice yearly. Right? Excellent. Lowering numbers for everyone. What am I? Somebody wants to answer? Please, a rousing round of applause for pharmacist Bolale as she marches forward for our present. So please, say brava. See, brava. See, it was right here in front of everybody, eh? That's why I didn't want you to use ChatGPT, so that you will not guess. So I'm going to call forward. No, you cannot help her receive it. No. The owner of the gift to receive it herself. Please, I want to respectfully call forward Pharmacist BFO Adeniro, PSN, to present this salacious, well-packaged gift to a wonderful pharmacist. Please, but don't open it. These are gems of high value.
This is beautiful. You don't know what
Yes, exactly. Gems of inestimable value.
You are curious to know, Abi?
I want you to go well. Trust us now.
I'm not surprised you got it. Are you not the one selling it? Well, on behalf of Lagos State ESCO, we are proud to give you this beautiful, well-packaged gift that some people are salivating, wanting to know what is in it, stretching their necks. Yes. What's it? But it's specially packaged for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Now we're going into the next session. And please, I want you to pay rapt attention. Wait. Hello. You know the way they do when big programs, when you want to call the invited minister. You know. So when we call the invited minister, we now put our hands together. We now all, say, hey. You understand? We would sack them up so that they come forward very quickly. So, please, there are seats, so don't stand. White PG, there's seats here. And if you are old PG too, there's seats. So, to go into the next section is going to be handled by Novartis, a wonderful partner for this masterclass. And we're going to be calling forward first. She said that I should, not the first person said I should tell you that he kept to time. She said I should tell you that she's number one. Do you understand? She said I should remind you that she's number one. But you see, when we're inviting an international minister, don't smile. You'll be very serious. It's bringing the word of God with power. Do you smile with that one? You know to smile now. So please, a round of applause as we welcome Kemi Ogorinde. First line, number one. What today, number one. First line manager, Novartis. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, men of honor. So he said I'm number one, and I'm not about to start saying it's not the same. So yes, number one, and I will raise my shoulder a little bit. Thank you for your time, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Kemi Ogunride. I'm here with a number of my colleagues. We are with Novartis Nigeria Limited. Usually, maybe in the past few months, when you go somewhere new and then you say you're with Novartis, the first thing is, oh, Novartis. Okay. Okay, I'll try to. Okay, good, it's back. When you go anywhere, the first thing you hear is, Novartis, really, you guys are still here? Yes, we are very much here. As a matter of fact, the number of us here in this building now, I think we're about 5 or 6 of us, and the rest of us are all over the country. So we are still very much around broadening the access to patients. Where is my slide, please? Sir, please bring up our slides. So I'm here to just do a brief introduction to who we are, because we see that it has become necessary to do it again. We are still very much around. We are still the brand that you trust, if not for anything else. At least each of us here, either ourselves or children or family members, somebody has taken Coartem before, right? Thank you. So round of applause to us for that one. At least we did that one. And then, then we look at our other brands. Maybe some of us may have taken Codelvan before. Some of us, or many, would probably have taken Cataflam or Voltaren. And then many of our eye medications, Travatan and all of that. And then, of course, our X-Forge or Galvosmith, those are the popular brands that everybody knows. But today is a new day. And one thing we stand for in Novartis is innovation. Thank you, sir. One thing we stand for in Novartis is innovation. We are strong when it comes to innovation. We are standing up when it comes to innovation. We are always bringing up something new. Interestingly, maybe some of the most popular brands for disease conditions, like if you look at Tegretol, it was invented by Novartis. If you look at even Cataflam, it's diclofenac. The very first one was Voltaren in 1974. So over the years, we take feedback from our healthcare professionals, and then we go back to the drawing board, and then we innovate. Let's use that word. So currently, Novartis, as it stands, is as in Africa, we are Novartis Nigeria Limited, and then we have a governing body under Sub-Saharan Africa. We have our head office here in Lagos at Isaac John, for those who would like to visit us and look around our office, but you would not likely see much. You will probably find it more interesting to go to our warehouse of the trade partners, which is Worldwide and Asene. So, who are we? What is our purpose? We reimagine medicine to improve and extend people's lives. And it sounds like an interesting word soup, but really, what does that mean? We reimagine medicine to improve people's lives and extend it. Because if you look at when you take medication, why are you taking medication? Yes, to feel better. But then, beyond feeling better, depending on what the condition is, depending on what the problems that are associated with the condition is, I would really appreciate the attention. Thank you very much. Yeah, and our vision is to be the most valued and the most trusted company in the world when it comes to medication, quality medication. We are inspired. We are always inspired. We are inspired from even casual conversations about, this happened to me. And they're like, okay, we can actually do something with that. So, where do we play, really? That's what I would like us to take away from what is showing right now. Our focus therapeutic areas. Maybe the most popular will be the cardiovascular. As I mentioned earlier, Codelvan, our X-Forge HCTs, our Galvosmith, the heart failure one, Uperio. Who is familiar with Uperio here? Yes, only 3 hands. Oh, okay, great. I'm happy to see that. And then our off-time medication, we have our Travatan. We have one called Patizra. Who knows that? Okay, so we still have a lot of work to do, but we are here with you, and we are here very, very much. So where we play, we have our cardiorenal, as I mentioned earlier. We still have our malaria. Yes, We have our malaria. We are looking at heart failure. We have, and today we'll be talking in particular. My colleague is here, is Seth, and he's ready to take us through the next step in management of cardiovascular conditions, in particular. But I don't want to give it all up. So, to round this up, we are reinforcing our commitment to patients in sub-Saharan Africa. So that whole idea of, Novartis, are we here or not? Yes, we are very much here. We are reaffirming our commitments. We are very much available. And in the spirit of talking about access to innovation for patients, we are doing our best to make sure that this is the future, it's 2025. We can't continue to do things the way we did it in the 50s or even in the 2000s. There's a lot of innovation. The world is changing. The world is changing. The world is changing. And as much as possible, Novartis is right there at the forefront of that change. So, in the spirit of innovation, please join me to welcome my colleague, Boyega Adeyombo. He will be talking to us through what we are doing when it comes to taking care of cardiovascular events.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kemi. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here amongst members of the noble profession pharmacy. I'm also a pharmacist. We are all pharmacists from Novartis. So today, like she said, I'll be talking about one of our novel medications. We launched it in Nigeria about a year ago, July 2024. And we will be addressing dyslipidemia. That's what it handles. So today I'll be talking about our novel approach in dyslipidemia management beyond statins. We are fully aware that statins are like a cornerstone for management of dyslipidemia. I'm sure most of us will know at least 3-5 statins that we use and that patients regularly come. I even think one of the best-selling drugs of all time, atorvastatin, it's also a statin. So it's a very successful class of drugs. But as you all are aware, most drugs also have their limitations at the end of the day. So before we start, we just want to ask a few questions, very elementary questions, that will just engage like a knowledge check before I have just 3 questions, very simple questions. So you can log on to that website, menti.com, and then they will ask you for a code. So you just type that code. Can we have it on the screen? Menti.com. So the code is 8516-8515. But it will still come up 8516-8515. That should be the code. Oh, I can see some of us have started attempting, but please go back. You're already showing the right answer. We'll go back. There's 8516-8515. Okay, so the first question, you're already attempting it. I think we have about 35 responses. What is dyslipidemia? The first option is on your phone, a condition where blood sugar levels are abnormally high. Second, an abnormal amount of lipids in the blood. Then a condition where blood pressure is consistently elevated. So we have over 40 responses, and an overwhelming majority decided to go for an abnormal amount of lipids in the blood. So that's the right answer. That's the right answer. Thank you very much. So that's the first step. So the second question, please. So which of these is considered bad cholesterol? A, HDL, B, LDL, C, triglycerides. Nobody will select HDL or triglycerides just for triglycerides. Okay. By the time we get 40 in total, we'll move to the next question. 36, 37. What if it's maybe a new research or something? So I think we can move to the next question. LDL. So which patients should pharmacists prioritize for lipid screening? If you do, what patients should you prioritize? A, patients with diabetes, hypertension, or obesity, adults over 40 years with family history of cardiovascular disease, patients who smoke and have sedentary lifestyle, then all of the above. And the overwhelming majority is also right, all of the above. All these patients are what we call high-risk patients. And I'll talk a little about high-risk patients and very high-risk patients. Thank you very much. That's the end of the quiz. Appreciation, ma. More appreciate, ma. So, the first slide, please. So, first of all, before we talk about any medication, it's important to understand the issue on ground and the gravity of the issue. So, cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of mortality in the world. And if you look at it, non-communicable disease global deaths per year, you see that cardiovascular disease is twice as much as cancer, way more than respiratory disease, and even dwarfs diabetes. And it's no surprise because cardiovascular disease encapsulates it a lot. Hypertension and many other diseases. So there are a lot, but it's a very significant burden. But one thing I want to identify is that 80% of the deaths that occur from this cardiovascular disease, they are from two sources: heart attack, myocardial infarction, and stroke. Both of them account for 80-20. So that's like the Pareto principle, but just two diseases accounting for 80% of all these deaths. 80% of 18 is almost like 16, or just slightly less than that. So reducing CV mortality is a major need, because if you have 80% of 18 million dying per year, that's the population of some countries combined, and they are dying just because of something that is non-communicable and is actually avoidable. So this is an urgent call to arms for us, and that's why we are here today, to understand the enormity of the issue on ground and see how we can improve outcomes for our patients. So in Nigeria, because most times when we do presentations, we present trials, we always ask, you guys didn't do any study, you didn't do anything in Nigeria, you're always doing your studies abroad, then you bring it to Nigeria. How sure are we that it works in Nigeria? So this was done by Nigerians, by Nigerian cardiologists, and they had like a registry. So dyslipidemia in patients with acute coronary events. And one thing they discovered, that patients that came up with acute coronary events, this was 1,072 patients. Dyslipidemia was a common denominator in about 78% of these patients. That's about 80% of these patients, about 80% of these patients had dyslipidemia. Out of all these patients that had these acute coronary events, whether it's a heart attack or let's say a cerebrovascular event like a stroke, and we've said it before in the previous slide, that these are the major causes of death due to CVD. As a result, we've seen how important dyslipidemia is, and we already said something during the quiz. That's what is the bad cholesterol, LDL, low density lipoprotein. This is what our medication, Cibrava, is addressing. So it's very fundamental in reducing the risk of ASCVD, atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease events. Because if you have, everybody has LDL, but the level is what we are looking at. And the duration, you have an individual who is 20 years, is probably genetically predisposed, because we'll still talk slightly about that. He has familial heterozygous hypercholesterolemia. It's in his body. You might not see anything at that moment. By the time he's 25, he has had elevated LDL levels for 5 years. Plaque is building up. There's a likelihood that there will be an event very soon. The patient gets to 30, it's building up. It's getting to 40. Next thing, you just see that someone comes down with an acute event and it looks like a spiritual attack. This has been building up over time. So one thing we are even trying to do beyond this is to increase awareness for dyslipidemia, because a lot of attention goes to diabetes and hypertension. It's very easy, diabetes, when we are doing outreaches, diabetes, hypertension. Dyslipidemia is also a silent killer. And one of the major issues we've been having in engagement is that it's like there's no clear-cut sign. If you go into the pharmacy and you have hypertension, we just check, your BP is high, 160, 100. Your blood sugar is high. But for dyslipidemia, the noise around is very, very low. And this is concerning. And this is one of the things we've taken upon ourselves to improve the scenario there. So when we target the LDL, for every 1 millimole per liter reduction in LDL, you have a 22% relative risk reduction in major vascular events. 1 millimole per liter is about 38 milligram per DL, because we mostly use both, whether it's millimole per liter or milligram per DL. But I think milligram per DL, we are more familiar with that. That's like 38. So for every 1 millimole per liter, you are reducing the risk of major vascular events over 5 years by 22%. You have patients that come with 3 millimole per liter. You have patients that come with 300 milligram per DL, and they are just moving around. They don't understand the enormity. There is a very high likelihood that something is going to happen, and when it happens, they might not recover. The very first patients that used Cibrava in Nigeria had a stroke, already had a stroke. So to prevent the occurrence of another stroke, because most times the second stroke is usually fatal, the patient used it. But there are some patients that have used it and have not manifested any symptom, but they are very high-risk patients. The fact that it has not happened does not mean it won't happen. So that's why we are emphasizing LDL, look at the levels, so we can bring it down to manageable levels. Then for all-cause mortality, it reduces it by 10% over 5 years. Adherence is a major issue. Some of us might be using some chronic medications. Even as a pharmacist, sometimes if you give me an antibiotic, cefuroxime, for example, I'm always tempted when it gets to day 3 or 4 that I can just stop, I beg. Or maybe I forgot it at home and I went to work, and that's probably it. It happens. Now imagine a medication that you're using daily. Statins are extremely effective because they reduce the LDL, but there are some patients that cannot maximize the benefits. That's why we are here today. But one of the shortcomings of statins is that you have to take 365 pills per year. Yes, that's one daily. And it depends. For example, atorvastatin, it might be 10 milligram, can be 20, can be 40, can be 80. These are fantastic drugs. But not every patient can get to that level. Not every patient can tolerate 40. There are some patients that cannot even tolerate 10. So these are the patients we are identifying. And Cibrava is not here to chase statins. That's one thing I'm trying to also address, because We said beyond statins. We are not saying leaving them totally. They also have extreme benefits. And the best results are actually obtained when you combine with Cibrava. But if you look at Cibrava, that's the last one. It's just 2 injections per year. So you don't have to be using a tablet every day like statins. Whether it's statins, there are also some monoclonal antibodies that you take every month. But for Cibrava, it's 2 times a year. Just twice a year. That's it. So Cibrava, what is Cibrava? Cibrava is the brand name. The active ingredient is inclisiran and is a small interfering RNA. The first speaker was talking about RNA vaccines, and I was like, okay, I'll still come to talk about RNA. So it's a small interfering RNA, and it is very targeted. This is like the new frontier in drug development. Nowadays, you notice that we are moving into biologics now. Not everybody is doing organic molecules. This is highly targeted. If you look at it, it's a double-stranded, small interfering RNA molecule. Sometimes they try to lump up inclisiran with monoclonal antibodies. It is not a monoclonal antibody. It is a small interfering RNA. And the primary difference is monoclonal antibodies can work on the nucleus, but as an siRNA molecule, it doesn't have anything to do with the nucleus. So if anybody tells you, oh, it can affect your genes, it can't do that. It works in the cytoplasm. That's where its work ends. So it's indicated in adults with primary hypercholesterolemia. I was talking about a patient that is 20 years. 20 years is very young. I don't think there's any 20-year-old here. And he has familial hypercholesterolemia. That one, he has a genetic predisposition to having hypercholesterolemia. That's one class. Then there's another class, non-familial too. So maybe lifestyle, patients that we identified as high that are obese, patients that are long-term hypertensive patients, patients that have had diabetes for a long time, patients that have had a stroke. These are patients that are also high risk. Or mixed dyslipidemia as an adjunct to diets in combination with a statin. So this is not telling you that statins are bad. They are fantastic medication. You can use this in combination with statins or other lipid-lowering therapies like some other monoclonal antibodies like ezetimibe in patients that are unable to reach their LDL-C goals. Let's talk about, let's say, Mr. Ade. He's using Lipitor. Atorvastatin, using atorvastatin 10 milligram. At 10 milligram, it's not getting to go. But you know there are higher doses that you can use. But when it gets to 20 or 40, he starts experiencing some of all drugs have side effects. He starts experiencing that muscle ache. And it's relatively common. And he can't use it because the dose that will give him his best results will give him serious muscle ache. It will impact his quality of life. So we are now in a quandary. He's now managing 10 milligrams, but it's not bringing down the LDL sufficiently well. So you can add Cibrava to that kind of patient. For patients that cannot tolerate, I was having a conversation with a cardiologist, and he was talking about a patient that was using one of the statins. I can't remember the statin in particular. And when they used it, they did the liver enzymes test, and they saw it was all over the place. The patient wasn't tolerating it well, and he had to withdraw the statin because he was using the lowest dose. But he couldn't use anything else because there was no other option. But now there's an option. That kind of patient that cannot tolerate statins at all, they can also use Cibrava. Because during our clinical trials, we had different cohorts. We had patients that were using statins. We had patients that were using statins and Cibrava. We had patients that were using only Cibrava alone because they could not tolerate statins. And all of them got very good results, though the best results were with Cibrava and low-dose statins. This is the first and only LDL-C that selectively targets the liver. Within 48 hours, it has left the plasma. It works very, very specifically. It goes directly to the liver. And it mimics the body's natural process of RNA interference. So we call it a PCSK9 inhibitor. The PCSK9 is a protein that is produced. However, what Cibrava does, if I'm going into semantics, is not necessarily PCSK9 inhibitor. It prevents the production totally. It doesn't go to the PCSK9 and does not allow it to work. It does not even allow the PCSK9 be expressed in the body. Maybe for linguistic purposes, that's why they boxed it into that corner. And it consists of two strands, the guide strand and the passenger strand. The passenger strand is attached to the GalNAc, and what it does is it allows Cibrava go directly to the liver cell. It doesn't have any business anywhere. While the guide strand now targets the mRNA, it allows pairing and targeted degradation. It is, and like I was saying, it's not a monoclonal antibody. So you won't see some of the side effects that you associate with monoclonal antibodies. With this, it has very few side effects. I'll still talk about that towards the end. And it is subject to degradation in the cytoplasm, not the nucleus. That is the primary reason why. It is the first and only, like I said, it mimics the process of RNA interference. It reduces LDLC. So why PCSK9 really? What PCSK9 does is, in the liver cells, when you have excess lipids, you have LDL receptors, low density lipoprotein receptors, on the surface of the liver cells. What do? They mop up the excess LDLs. They bring it into the body, and they bring it into the liver cells, and they discharge it. And at the end of the day, when you check your LDL, is lower. So you really need those LDL receptors to be functioning optimally. However, PCSK9 does not allow the LDL receptor go back to the surface of the cell. That's what it does. So now you want something that does not, that PCSK9, you want something that will prevent that PCSK9 from impeding the effect of the receptors. You want the receptors to be expressed optimally at every point in time. So that's basically why it's a PCSK9. That's why it addresses that PCSK9. And, okay, so I've talked about this. So Cibrava has been studied in over 3,500 patients. And these 3 studies, we had much more, but these 3 studies were particularly important because it addressed different types of the patients that we are addressing. Orion 9 is for patients with heterozygous familial hypercholesterolemia. There are not many, but theirs is very, very serious. When you see a patient with familial hypercholesterolemia, it's a genetic predisposition. By default, they don't express the LDL receptors like the regular person. So it's just that, like, by default, they are predisposed to having this. So these are the kind of patients that were addressed in Orion 9, about 482 of them. Then for Orion 10, that's patients with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, actual atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. These are things like coronary heart disease, cerebrovascular disease like stroke. We had another study with them. Then for ASCVD and ASCVD risk equivalents, we also had another study. That's Orion 11. And what Cibrava demonstrated amongst these 3 cohorts of patients is that by day 510, the patient would have taken about 4 injections. Because, like I said, Cibrava is twice a year, but there is a booster dose. It's just the way Coartem works. Just like Coartem in a sense. You take your first dose on day 0. The second dose is on day 90. If you look at it, that's the second dose. Then after day 90, the next dose is day 270. So in the first year, you take 3. Then subsequently, you take 2. What did Cibrava do? He reduced their LDL average by 47.9%. That is extremely effective for a drug that you use only 2 times a year. And also, compared to placebo, this is for Orion 10, 52.3%. So they are practically the same. So one of the treatment objectives for LDL, when you see a patient with very high LDL, first thing you want to do is you want to reduce it by 50% first. Then when you do 50%, you now want to know whether it falls within the normal range. And the normal range for normal patients that don't have any cardiovascular disease, don't have any coronary issue, is about 100 milligram per DL. That's about 2.6 millimole per year, millimole per liter. But for patients that are high risk, and I'll tell you what high risk and very high risk patients are. Patients that are high risk, like a patient that's had diabetes for a long time, let's say 10 years, but you've not seen anything. You've not seen any coronary events, but he has diabetes. There's a high likelihood. And if the person's LDL is high, those are high risk patients. The maximum acceptable LDL level is 70 milligram per DL for those kind of patients. But very high risk, like the first patients that used it in Nigeria, that already had a stroke. These are very high risk patients. You want to reduce it to 55 milligram per DL. And why I'm emphasizing values is values always help. If I tell you now that I know a patient that has this BP level is about 200 millimole per DL, millimeter mercury for a systolic blood pressure, you'll be alarmed automatically. So it's also important that we drive home the numbers, because I see sometimes, even in community pharmacy practice, then some people bring their lab results and you see reference ranges. You know, when you see results from labs, so you see LDL. Most times, if you look at it, you see 100 and something as the normal reference range for a patient. So the patient comes, checks his LDL in a lab, now goes home. Maybe he shows a family member that is a doctor, and now that just feels, oh, this is good. You are within the reference range. 100 is not good for someone who is high risk or very high risk. Most of the patients that walk into the pharmacy and are adults, many of them are already high risk. Patients that are obese, patients that are diabetic, patients that are hypertensive, these are high risk patients. And if there's anyone that has had an event before, whether it's stroke, whether it's heart attack, these are very high risk. So those kind of people, they are not talking about 100. At 100, the LDL is still building the plaque. There's a high likelihood you'll have another event or a first event. Then, in the pooled analysis also, it showed that in all these trials, 87% actually achieved reduction, as you can see, below 70 milligram per DL. That's for high-risk patients. That's the threshold for high-risk patients. It shouldn't be above 70 mil. That should be the goal. And we are giving about 87% of these patients, they got to this at any post-baseline. Then after 510, about 68%. So majority of them, if they are on Cibrava, is going to reduce the LDL to what the guideline is recommending. And there are two words that I've not talked about, but if we are not going home with anything, these are the two words, effective and sustained. Cibrava reduces it, one, and it sustains it. It's just 2 injections per year, and that's all you need. Within that period, the patient's LDL is going to be very good. As a matter of fact, we've been using it for over a year, and then there are some patients that maybe because of one reason or the other, they were unable to take their second dose as at when due. Most times when they check the LDL, they'll still see that it's low. It hasn't gone back to the previous level. It hasn't gone back to where there is a high risk. So that's why it gives you very effective. And it's not just bringing it down. You don't just want something to crash it and it should be spiking. You also want it to be sustained. And that's why Cibrava gives effective and sustained at every point in time. When you use Cibrava, it gives you effective and sustained LDL reduction. It was also associated with lower PCSK9 levels and other lipids. You know, we've been talking about LDL, that's the bad cholesterol. But for the others, PCSK9, like we said, is what prevents the expression of the LDL receptors on the cells. PCSK9 is what prevents them from working as they should. So you don't want the PCSK9 to impede the effect of the LDL receptors. That's why it reduces, Cibrava reduces it by 65% compared to placebo. The total cholesterol profile of these patients, it goes down by as much as 29.5%. Then even non-HDL general, minus 42.6%. Then ApoB is also another component. It reduces by as much as 40%. It basically says the same thing. It reduces all those atherogenic, any of those lipids that can actually cause atherosclerosis. Cibrava reduces the level, but its major focus is LDL. That is what is indicated for, and that's the major risk factor. So we've talked about randomized control trials, the RCTs, but real-world evidence. We also have real-world evidence. It's not just in a controlled environment. It's also important to have real-world evidence. And we've had Colinet and Helix. This Colinex was carried out in Italy, and it showed that these patients, too, after that 510 days, it brought down their LDL by as much as 49%, which is consistent with what the control trials were showing. It's one thing for a drug to be good when you are in a controlled environment, but in real world, these are patients that some of them won't use it when they are supposed to use it. Some will have some other things that will come up. These are people that life happens. In spite of that, the results are still relatively consistent. Then Helix also minus 45.5, very consistent with the values that I highlighted earlier. So the safety profile is important because you have a patient today and is asking you, what can I expect? We've talked about, statins can cause muscle weakness. It's also important for me to let you know the safety profile of Cibrava. Because it is very targeted by virtue of its mechanism of action, it just basically mimics what the body does. It mimics it. It doesn't really change anything. The PCSK9, normally, your body also tries to keep it in check so that it doesn't destroy all your LDL receptors. Cibrava just comes in. It prevents the expression of this RNA, this PCSK9 protein from RNA. It prevents it, and it reduces the occurrence of side effects. They are, but very few. In fact, the major side effects that you hear from your patients are injection site reactions. And this is a drug that you use twice a year. So it's not something that's it's not a major issue, as it were. And the likelihood of off-target binding is very low. It has two strands, a passenger strand and a guide strand, so that when it's injected subcutaneously, it goes directly to where it's needed, the liver cells, does its job, and within 48 hours, it's undetectable in blood plasma. So some of the side effects that you must have observed with Cibrava, diabetes mellitus. But the thing is, when we look at some of these side effects, most of these patients, Orion 9, those are patients with heterozygous familial hypercholesterolemia. Orion 10, patients with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Most of these patients already have something. For you to have ASCVD, there's a high likelihood that the patient maybe was an hypertensive patient or a diabetic patient. But we have to report this too. So whether it was as a result of Cibrava or whether they already had it, it is also important to report this. And for some of them, if you look at Orion, I'll focus on Orion 10, 15.4%. Nasopharyngitis, 2.7%. This is about almost 2,000 patients. For hypertension, we have about 5.4%. So it's very low. Like I said, the major side effects are injection site reactions. It's a subcutaneous injection, so it's inevitable. There will be injection site reaction from time to time. But it's twice a year, so that also mitigates it, as opposed to maybe a monoclonal antibody that you are taking every 2 weeks, or the ones you are taking every month. It's more frequent. And there are some patients that even jab themselves every day that are using insulin. It's also, but this is just 2 times a year. Like I said, the plasma concentrations, they are undetectable within 48 hours. You don't find them in the plasma because they know where they are working. This is the next frontier. And I'm sure you must have seen some drugs like that. Most of the drugs now that are made are extremely focused drugs. They are not like before where organic compounds, they are getting smaller and smaller and highly targeted. Same as the vaccines. We have highly targeted molecules now that are going exactly where they are needed, finish their job and move. This is not. It's not changing. I think so. me check. Can you change it? Okay, it's working now. It's working now. Yeah, it's working. It's working. So the safety profile, like I said, for patients with impaired renal function, they can use Cibrava without any dosage adjustments. You don't need to do any dosage adjustment for renal patients, for patients with hepatic impairments, even mild, moderate, and severe. You don't need any dosage adjustment for Cibrava. Then how is it administered? Just 2 doses a year. So you take the first dose on day 0. After 3 months, that's 90 days, you take your second dose. Then every 6 months, you take a third dose. At the end of the day, what we are trying to do is we are trying to let you know that beyond statins, there is another option. You have patients that are using statins. They are not getting to go, either because they can't tolerate or it's not just enough for them. You have Cibrava 2 times a year. Just the initial dose, first 2 doses, that is 3 months interval. Subsequently, is every 6 months. If you have a patient that starts Cibrava today, August, his next dose will be November. After November, he's not using it till May. Then May, November again. So that's how it's going to be. May, November, May, November. And as scientists, we don't just take everything that I don't expect you to take everything I'm telling you. But another thing you do is, and we always advise is, yes, it's 2 times a year, but also check the LDL. We want to know what level it is. Is it still within? Let's see what we can do. If we can manage it, if we can just observe, okay, a very high-risk patient is already at 50 milligram per DL, which is much lower, which is lower than the 55 threshold. After 6 months, what do we do? Let's just observe. Let's see what's going to happen for a while before you take another one. But it's not a major issue. It's effective and sustained. It reduces it to a normal level, and no required dosage adjustments, whether the patient is renally impaired or the patient is hepatically impaired. Even end-stage renal disease, you don't need any dosage adjustments. 284 milligram per 1.5 ml. It's an injection, 1.5 ml, and it's pre-filled. You don't have to reconstitute or anything like that. Then who are the targeted patients? Because the common denominator across board is LDL. But who are these patients we are talking about? The ones that we highlighted in red, those are the very high-risk patients. Then the ones in blue are the high-risk patients. So for the very high-risk patients, you have documented MI patients, patients with angina, and these are patients that if you see them and their LDL is above 55 milligram per DL, these are Cibrava patients. Someone that has had a stroke, you want to prevent a second stroke because the second stroke is usually like the end. It's very, very risky for a patient to have a second stroke. We want to prevent this. Use Cibrava. You want to reduce the LDL level below 55. If you are saying 100 is not good. 70 is not good for a very high-risk patient. Then for patients with target organ damage, early onset of type 1 diabetes mellitus with duration over 20 years, a patient has had type 1 DM for over 20 years and his LDL is still above 55 milligram per DL. This is a very high-risk patient. Patients with familial hypercholesterolemia with ASCVD, that's people that already have genetic predisposition, they now have ASCVD again. These ones are very high-risk patients. Patients with ischemic stroke that have had ischemic stroke and their LDL is still above 55 milligram per DL, these are very high-risk patients. The reason we are emphasizing this LDL is these are patients that are at risk already. We have some modifiable risk factors. We have some non-modifiable. You cannot change your age. If you are 60 years, you are high risk compared to someone who is 30 years. There's nothing you can do about being 60 years, even if you feel young, but your body is not so young. But what are the things that we can modify? LDL is something that it's going to reduce the likelihood of you coming down with an ASCVD event, a cardiovascular disease event. So this is why we are emphasizing LDL. Let's focus on what we can control. What we can't control is beyond us. If we say, oh, let's do exercise, we advise that too. Do exercise, lifestyle modification, but there is a level where lifestyle modification can't work again. For most patients like diabetes, you have pre-diabetes or pre-hypertension, we tell them, oh, do lifestyle modification, reduce your intake of salt, things like that. But there is a level where we are not talking about that. These are the levels. Nothing like your lifestyle. In addition to your lifestyle, take this. Then patients with severe CKD, chronic kidney disease, these are also patients, and their LDL is still above 55 milligram per DL. These patients have to use Cibrava. Then for high-risk patients, for them, it's a bit less stringent. We want them to get to below or equal to 70 milligram per DL, below 70 milligram. So patients with diabetes, no target organ damage, but they've had diabetes for about 10 years. We have people that have been managing diabetes for over 10 years. They have high risk. So for them, you're not looking at 55, you're looking at 70. At 70, they are relatively safe. So people that have BP above 180, 110, I'm sure as I'm calling this number, 180, 110, we are thinking of our patients already. There are patients that are at risk of this. And many of them don't know. Many of their doctors too don't know that there is an option now beyond statin. So they are just managing it as a fact of life. It's not a fact of life. Things have changed. There is a new paradigm. Okay, it's not moving, but let me just address one more thing. So the indication, any of the below, because the common theme amongst all these patients is they are unable to reach their LDL-C goal on maximally tolerated statin. My maximally tolerated statin is different from his maximally tolerated statin. It's different from yours. Some patients can use atorvastatin 10 milligram. That's the highest they can use. Some 20, some can get to 80. Yes. However, not everybody gets to that level because they can't tolerate. So we don't just say, oh, because they can't tolerate it, let's just manage their LDL. There's a new option, and you can add this as an adjunct, and you get perfect results. There was a cardiologist, we're engaging him for Cibrava. Was already well aware of Cibrava, but Cibrava is called Leqvio abroad. So Cibrava is the name for developing markets. And the reason we did this is actually to make it it's subsidized in developing markets. And you don't want people coming to pack the ones we have here and taking it abroad, because it used to happen with quite enough. Cibrava is okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that kind of doctor, I want to bring up something very important. He was using rosuvastatin 40 milligram. He was getting results, but was having a lot of muscle aches. So he used to skip some. I'm not using. There are some days you just feel like, I don't want to use this thing. And because he has started using, he has used about 2 injections now. He has used 2 injections. He's still using rosuvastatin, but he reduced it to 10 milligram. So at 10 milligram, those side effects are not as prominent as they were when it was 40 milligram. And he's still getting to go. And because he used it, and which is perfect because he's a cardiologist, he understands the ramifications of all these things. That kind of person is willing and ready to recommend to any patient that is ready to get Cibrava. So it can allow you to reduce the dose to a tolerable dose. And if you're a patient that cannot tolerate anything, like the patient that we talked about, that the liver enzymes were all over the place, and he would have died faster from that issue than actually trying to reduce his LDL. You can use Cibrava as monotherapy. But as a responsible company, it's important for us to let you know that the best results were obtained when they combined both of them. So we just tell you low dose statins and Cibrava. But if they can't tolerate Cibrava, if they can't tolerate statins at all, whether it's 10 milligram, whether it's 1 milligram, they can just go on Cibrava twice a year. And the burden is not much. There's no pill burden, technically. It's just 2 injections. And we always recommend it should be administered by the HCP, by the healthcare practitioner, the pharmacist, the doctor, or the nurse. It's always so that you can monitor. It's like you check the LDL. Okay, this is still high. Okay, let's take another dose. We don't tell the patients to take it home. We've not reached that level yet, like insulin and the likes. It's not really mainstream yet, even amongst healthcare practitioners yet. So what does this mean for our patients? Twice yearly dosing. I'm sure nobody will say twice yearly is stressful. Nobody's talking about pill burden. You won't be talking about polypharmacy when we are doing twice yearly. It's something that you can even forget. You can forget. What I mean by forget is you won't remember the last episode. Oh, it was 6 months ago, but I've taken it. Ability to achieve the guidelines while still doing it twice yearly dosage. Effective and sustained as a complement to maximally tolerated statins. Generally well-tolerated safety profile. Most of the time, injection site reactions. These are for drugs this is a drug that I use twice a year. So we are talking about it as a complement. There is this, we've not started actively saying, but there was a news that came out a few weeks ago from the FDA, and that's FDA, so we are not bound by that, at least not in any means. But ongoing research is still going on that it's now in the guideline that inclisiran can be used as monotherapy. That's for FDA. That's what they discovered. But if it's going to happen, it's still going to happen down the line. But they have discovered there in US that they can use it as monotherapy. But we have not done our research yet, or we have not completed it because it takes time. We need to get something very substantial before we start promoting it. And we are not surprised because even patients that could not tolerate statins, when they used Cibrava, it also brought down their LDL levels significantly. And within the EAS and ESC, that's European Society of Cardiology guidelines, the targets. That's the summary. I've basically talked about most of these things. The recommended LDLC goals, they are not achieved in the real world due to sometimes it's insufficient information. Like I said, many of the labs, if you see their reference ranges, you won't see 70, you won't see 55, you'll be seeing 100. That is the first step. Because if a lab scientist sees that, it just tells the patient, you are good. And if I see it too, if I was not a rep with Novartis, I'll just say, you are good. You can see that you are within maybe the patient is 98 and the patient feels good. This is a patient that has been taking antidiabetics for over 10 years. They are not good, in quotes. We have to bring down their LDL to at least 70 if they are high risk. But if they are very high risk, they've had an event, 55 milligram per DL. That is not too low. Many patients are getting that and they are doing extremely well. Then effective and sustained 2 times a year. And when you reduce the LDL, there is a very low likelihood. It reduces the likelihood of having any CV events, whether it's heart attack, whether it's that's myocardial infarction, whether it's a cerebrovascular accident like stroke. And these are things that are very debilitating. These things change the narrative in different families. Imagine a breadwinner having a stroke. It changes the dynamic. They might have been used to a particular, and it just derails everything. So, what is the cost of good health? That's one question we should ask us. What is the cost of good health? What is the cost of bad health at the end of the day? We know the cost of bad health. Most times we know what happens when things go south, but we don't know what happens when we prevent it from happening. So I think that's the mindset that we can take into some of this. The patient cannot appreciate the gravity of what is happening. It's our duty as pharmacists to let them know this is what happens when you don't do this. This is what happens when you don't do this. We've been able to do that for diabetes, for hypertension. People check their BP, but lipid testing also, extremely important. If it is causing 80% of the CVD deaths, then it is something that should be taken with a lot more seriousness. I think that's all. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I can take them. Thank you. Okay, so. Someone there? Question.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes, I can.
Okay, although it's interesting that the injection is twice yearly, I was wondering what the half-life of it is that translates into that duration or that sustenance.
Okay, let me call my colleague, MJ. Let's go.
Okay, yes, hello, am I audible? Yes, so to answer your question, within 48 hours, the drug
It
is
leaves the
mopped up.
blood. Okay, yeah, sorry.
The drug is mopped up from the plasma, obviously, into the liver. So the way it works is in the liver, it's able to last that long for that period of 6 months, right? So as long as it's off the plasma, like the bloodstream, it's okay because it's a targeted therapy. So it's targeted such that it acts only in the liver and stays in the liver over that period of 6 months. I don't know if that addresses your question.
Okay, so maybe the half-life, you check it in the plasma, but this lives within 48 hours. So, like she said, it works directly in the hepatic cell. So, I'm not sure that's not plasma. You can't check the plasma level in the hepatic cells. It leaves it within 48 hours. The paradigm is changing. Very soon, you see that might not even be one of the most important parameters we'll be checking anymore. You might not be checking plasma because these drugs leave the plasma very quickly. So the plasma half-life is not what translates to its long. Amlodipine has a half-life of 68 hours, I think, and is used once daily. So if it's half-life, at 68 hours, you should be waiting technically every 3 days. So that's how it is. Within 48 hours, it has left the body.
Please,
plasma.
Okay. Excuse me. How much is this Cibrava?
Sir, I was expecting that question.
I thought the question would come first.
I was expecting that question. Okay. So, Cibrava, currently, the wholesale price. So, as pharmacists, definitely you get that the wholesale is about 1 million. I've not finished, though. I've not finished.
Okay.
So, I've not finished, though. There's still something at the back of the 1 million. So,
I'm sure there's more questions now. Sorry, wait up. I'm sure there are more questions now, right? Okay, so like he said, he has not finished. The price is 1,033,000 naira. So there's a lot of R. Now let's address the R. No, the wholesale whatever does not really matter. It's just a flat price. Yes, one per injection. So, but let's remember that this is a twice a year medication. So it's if you squeeze 365 days into 2 prices. So let's look at that factor first. Then let's also remember one house, please. The house is divided. Per syringe, it's some. Please, can we give a bit of context, please? A bit of context, yes. Are we together? That's just one part of the information that we need to get that we got. So we know the price, right? It's 1 million, and I'm sure nobody will ever forget the price of this medication. So it comes as a pre-filled syringe. It's not a vial, man. It's a syringe. And it's subcutaneous, so no additional what. You just have the prefilled syringe and it's there. So the method is that when the prescription comes, the Novartis associates will simply just make a connection from the warehouse and have it supplied directly to the hospital where it is required, or pharmacy, depending on where the request comes from. Yes. So, but maybe beyond the 1 million. Beyond the 1 million, can we look at it like this? Like I mentioned, it's 365 days worth of medication compressed into 2. That's one. Then the second part is that really, because of what it is used for, what is indeed the price of life? Yeah. Because if you remember, there's a popular medication called Ozempic, and this is used for weight. Officially, it has other uses, but popularly people use it for weight loss. Do you know how much one is? Can anybody tell me how much one is? So, and that is a quote-unquote vanity-related sort of thing, at least for those who are using it. So this is not, we have to look beyond, as healthcare professionals, we have to look beyond pricing sometimes to what we are using it for. If you look at, especially with conditions like, I remember that, please, I remember that when we initially launched Uperio, who is familiar with Uperio here? It's our heart failure medication. And there was a time that at first, when everybody heard the price, and they will say, at the time it was maybe 20,000. Now it's about 40. And everybody will be like, 20,000. Because of what? When there's amlodipine, when there's lisinopril rather. You have all these ACE inhibitors that are maybe 1,000, and then you brought your own and it's 20,000. But guess what? It is actually one of our best performing medications these days. Why? Because the people who are experiencing heart failure, they know the difference. See, when it comes to Novartis, and this is one of the reasons that makes me so proud to work with Novartis, a Novartis drug will never fail you unless the indication is wrong. Once you get the indication right, a Novartis drug will do it. It will sort the problem, and it's a lot of money to look at. It's a lot of money to if you look at the money, but sometimes you also have to look beyond the money to what you're trying to get. Just as it has happened with, even Uperio maybe is not so common, but something we'll probably have more experience with will be things like Galvusmet. Galvusmet, a lot of patients who are switched to other brands sometimes, or even Tegretol. Yeah. Tegretol is a common example. You have patients who were switched to other brands, and then they start getting seizures, they start getting people who have been seizure free 2 years, 3 years, and then they switch to something else, and then they start having seizure breakthroughs again. So, we are not trying to run away from the money, but as they say, or as we say in Nigeria, money way sweet, sabi? Soup way sweet. Now money go killer. So, when the time comes, and you will know, really, when you have a patient who has been on 80 milligrams of atorvastatin, he is still, and probably may have even suffered a first stroke. That person at that point is saying, you know what, can we make something happen? Doctor, pharmacist, what can my solution be? What am I going to do? What is the way forward for me? Because imagine if the person comes down with a stroke, and then the person goes to LASUS. Do we start looking at the bills per day? The expenses, the tests, the solutions, the medications that the person will be. So this is a preventive medication, and then we have to just step outside that comfort zone. And again, it's not a tablet, like I said, it's 365 days in 2 days. So I know there will be more questions. So let me
I also want to add a little context to that. So I was saying something about the name being Cibrava in Nigeria and other emerging markets, and Lakeview in UK, US. So when we're having pre-launch activities, I engaged them. There was a nephrologist. Okay, so I engaged a nephrologist about this injection, and his first response was, "Oh, you guys have brought it to Nigeria," because he already knew about it abroad. And we told him then it was 950,000. Then it was 950,000. So we ran we tried to buffer it. And he was shocked that it's 950 because in his mind he was already doing, that's $600 as opposed to $4,000 that they would have gotten it in UK or US. I understand that the buying power in Nigeria is not like the buying power in US, but at the very least, it shows that Novartis has taken a conscious decision to make sure, that any high quality drug, any quality drug that can improve quality of life, improve outcomes, therapeutic outcomes for patients, is available all around the world. It's better for us to have it here. Yes, it's a bit on the high side. However, we have patients that are using. In Nigeria so far this year, we've done over 100 injections. These are 100 lives at the very, let's say, at least, if they're using it twice a year, at the very least, this is 50 lives that have been improved because of this. We understand that not everybody might be able to afford it. But when you see patients that can afford it and fall into that category, let them know there is an option. The first objection we get for Cibrava is usually the price. Even when they were telling us about the drug, we the reps there, the field force, and they told us it's 1.something million is going to be that cost. We were scared too. But when you understand, like she said, what is the cost of death? A patient that has a stroke and goes into ICU, even if it's a federal institution, within 3-4 days, he has paid for that Cibrava. Much more than that. He has paid for countless Cibrava. And the person won't come out the same way they entered. We like to say that about heart failure. When you have an acute decompensated episode, the moment you go into the hospital and you come out, you won't go the same way you came. It's just like a car. Your car had an issue. Oh, the top gasket burnt. You go to the mechanic and it comes out. The car is working, but it's not the same way it was initially. It's not better. It's significantly worse, but you are still managing it. So we just expect patients that can afford it, let them get it. At the very least, let them know that there is an option beyond statins. If statins does not suffice for them, Cibrava is also there. Thank you.
I think my own contribution would be that having been an ex-multinational person, I think they're about the only people remaining now. Am I correct? Like you are I have some internal information about you guys, okay? So I think the mistake we've made in Nigeria has been that you see, the cost of research and development is huge. That's also the truth. That's the truth. You can't do anything about it. So to recoup costs, I mean, the money has to come from somewhere. And really what multinationals do is to drop the costs for countries like Nigeria and so on and so forth. Some have even made the decision to just leave, finally, because they are not making the kind of monies that are commensurate. I think what we need to do, and I'm talking to the elders now, I think yes sir, I'm talking to the elders now. I think where we've gotten it wrong a little bit is that when they come with solutions like this, I think as a society, as professionals that are top there, what we need to do is to look for, the problem with Nigeria is out of pocket. When you go to Ghana like that, they know how to do all these things. Am I correct?
Yes,
it's a
correct.
different scenario in Ghana from Nigeria and Kenya. How can we do it in such a way? We have the figures. How many people have CVD in Nigeria? The facts are there. If they cannot constitute a society, if the pharmaceutical society can look at something together with the other experts and see where can funding come in so that these drugs are available and what comes out of the pocket of the patient is minimal. So just like we are saying for vaccines now, that how can we put together something to raise awareness and so on, how can we also call Novartis and say, all right, these so partners, these deep pocket people, how can we come together and buy some amount and see how we can reduce the cost? Because on their own end, they can't reduce the cost. There is nothing we can do about it for now. If we increase the uptake, probably is demand and supply everywhere. Or we can look at, all right, this HMO, or whatever, we can form our own, whatever we need to do. These drugs are needed by some people, not everybody. but the people that need it. How can we make sure? Because I'm looking back at the days of Secretariat and so on, how many doses were packing and throwing away, whereas many people were asthmatic and dying of asthma in Nigeria. It's unfortunate. Eventually, GSK Kuku took their bag and left. So that these ones too don't go with this innovation and so on. I think we need to start looking at top level. How can we look at reducing out of pocket so that the balance comes to, all right, we're able to come together and make at least a number of doses available for people that need it. And between us, the government, or deep pockets people, I think those are the kind of discussions we should be having. Because people that need it. Not everybody. I mean, you can't give it to it's not for every patient. It's just for a few. But for the few that need it, fortunately, those few have a way. Well, we'll just start the discussion from somewhere. It's not something that we arrive at in a day. But I think what I'm saying is, for these kind of top-end medications that are needed, I know they introduced it in Ghana before they came to Nigeria. And Ghana found a solution. They are not there, but at least they are trying to look at a way their NHIS can absorb some of them and so on. I think when they come to us like this as a society, we should also try to guide them on how maybe we can look at how to talk to government or something. But we cannot... the price is high, but, what is needed is needed. And we can't put a cost to life. That's the truth. That's my submission.
Yes. Thank you so much, fam.
Wow, that we make that so much noise. It's not because it's too expensive. Not at all. But it is way beyond the reach of the common man. Those that really need it. Because if somebody comes to your pharmacy, community pharmacy now, with all the parameters and everything, and you really find out that is what he needs, that man can hardly feed 3 times a day. And you are now want to introduce him to, go to your rosuvastatin and manage your skeletal, muscle, whatever. But then, in this country, you can see doctors and pharmacists fighting over non-issues. You can't be a consultant. You can be a consultant. What nonsense is that? So those are the people you want to partner with. When we look at what we have just said now and think of how can PSN collaborate with the cardiologists and meet with you and then form a society or a group, and people that are in need, sort of, through some of our big hospitals, let them come to us and we see what we can do so that we can subsidize. You understand? But that is a country that is thinking. If you are talking about APC, PDP now, you see them rolling out money. But when we come to things that are of essence, but we look into it. We have been challenged. I think it's something that we can. That is something that should come out from this type of scientific gathering. We should look into it. And as a matter of fact, the chairman, I think you should just immediately form a committee. Let's form a committee. Let's see what we can do to reach out to the cardiology society with the Novartis, and let's see what we can do to assist these people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. This is the benefit of having elders of the profession around. Okay, just...
I think we should be bringing positive out of our master classes. And like it has been mentioned now, this is the route to go. It is doable, but somebody needs to start it. Well, we fly the kite now by inviting you, giving us the lecture. I think we must follow for partner, Novartis and whatever. We need to know the statistics of how far you have gone in the country. Now, where can we be with respect to this thing? Of recent, we had the federal government bringing the cost of dialysis down to 12,000 from where it is. It is because of agitation like this. It is not only government that's going to do it. You have some religious organization that has helped this availability of dialysis machine all over the country, like the likes of Redeem, donating and whatever, and making it available. So it behoves that it's a pity that we don't have people who head, especially tertiary institutions, attending this kind of master class. The like of people in LUT, the Federal Medical Center, LASUT and whatever. We need to come together and reason together. Because I am aware that even government is looking for, in LASUT, the government of Lagos State is looking for how to bring out a large chunk of money in situ for those who want to do kidney transplant. So these are the areas we can partner with government so that they know that it is not only about agitation for ourselves, but about for the population, for the patient, for the population. So when we get to the ICU units, what is the volume of people coming down with stroke in this place? We will be able to get our data, this and that, what is required, and what government can do. And even the private sector. Money is in Nigeria. It is only how to make available the money. So at least we can get there. So, but we must partner at this
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. And we'll hold on to that last part. Two things. One of the our mantra in Novartis actually is winning for patients. We are always here for the patients. It's the center of everything we do. And then the second part is that there's money in Nigeria. So let's take it. Do we have other questions before do we have any other questions? Sir? Okay. Sir, just a second.
Okay, my own question will be...
Hello?
So my own question is, for me, it's just something that the cost of this product is still on the costs. It's high. So I want to know if Novartis have some kind of, support if there's any treatment failure. Maybe after we place patient paying so much about high cost of this product, and then he's not able to bring down their low LDL. How can we, because we are the ones that they will come to fight in the community practice. So please, how do we handle, is there any emotional plans for Novartis handling that kind of patient? Because I know what I'm talking about. If somebody pays 1 million plus for a particular product, it doesn't work. I will just leave from the back door if they come to fight.
Thank you so much, ma. Is that working? Okay, thank you so much for bringing that up. Okay. This is not working, sir. I don't know. Can you please move forward? The mic is okay. Sir,
good afternoon, Chairman and colleagues around. I want to speak on this particular product and as to what I've done. My name is Pharmacist Ogudu Christopher. I practice at Federal News Psychiatric Hospital Yaba. And you look into this kind of the brand of medication, it's almost the same to what will happen in our own areas of practice. Johnson & Johnson, Janssen has a particular paliperidone and Travelta. These are medications that even an injection is a 3-month injection at one and it costs almost 500,000 naira. And when we had the presentation, people that came from the Gambia, Kenya, and Ghana, they gave instances of where the government procure in bulk and subsidize to clients to use. And just such a scenario have brought up. And they went as far as liaising with the Federal Ministry of Health and the specialist hospital setting, bringing one of the top-notch people from the specialist hospital end when they are doing representation. And he found out that they made this thing available to the government in the sense that, yes, people are getting it, but there's still more work to do to assist clients to get more medication. And we found out, really, as we are doing it in the hospital, it's moving faster, even with the high cost. Because you find out, yes, mental health being, the budget for mental health in the Federation is even very, very minimal compared to other medication. But still the innovation of what that particular drug does it has to go a long way and people are really patronizing them. At least you need such involvement with governments when you are presenting, reach out to the ministry and you make more innovation. Cardiovascular is more involving than even one of psychiatry. And I know quite far with this, people can extend the pharmacy practice to that extent and we get it better to our clients. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So I want to address, there was a question she asked, we've not answered. Okay.
There's a sound from this
announcement and a comment. So please, very quickly, first announcement is that we've all received tickets, meal tickets, right? Not everybody. Queensley, please, the tickets she shared, those were meal tickets. Please, some people said they've not received the meal ticket. Please, kindly just wave your hand if you haven't received it. But if you have received it, please ensure you keep it well. We'll use it to pick up our meals shortly. So my second comment is actually to buttress that the conversations around partnerships that will help improve access. And I think that we should talk more about access than talk about costs, especially as pharmacists. I want to share something in that line with us. Recently, I was private to the management of a patient with prostate cancer. And in a line of his treatment, he had to have stenting, right? So those are a level of interventions that are similar to this kind of interventions. A course of stenting, depending on if they have to do it in a specialized lab, a cath lab. If they have to do it in a cath lab, it costs minimum of 11 million naira. If they're not doing it in a cath lab, they're paying about 9 to 10 million naira. So the conversations the doctors have with the patients, it's not really about cost. It's about access. And it's also about the benefits and what other alternative exists. Sincerely, what similar alternative exists to the benefits of the product? None. So the conversation should be about access. How will patients be able to access this? So maybe speak with Novartis to collaborate with the PSN and then collaborate with Ministry of Health. There are some drugs currently that are available at some sort of discount, through specialist centers like the FMC, Ebutemeta, right? For cancer, so such programs can also enjoy part of such kind of programs. So I don't think we should have the mindset of cost as much as access, right? So that the conversation is more professional. People don't say, what do you want you? How many but rather, if a plaque breaks off, right, and an important blood vessel is blocked, how much will you even spend to, reperfuse the organ that is blocked? Almost 11 million or more. At just one, the stenting doesn't take more than 30-35 minutes, so you pay 11 million naira.
Thank you very much. I
just
want to...
So, okay, so maybe I'll start with your question. When you pay $1 million and you are not getting the results that you have. So one of the strongest things that we do in Novartis is that we cover every possible ground. We have a very robust pharmacovigilance department. Robust in terms of the fact that, hello, you've not said anything. Hello, where are you? What of the person covering Ikeja? What of the person in Kano? What are your doctors saying? What are your pharmacists saying? What is the feedback? So even very likely before you say it, we'll probably have followed up. Oh, how's your patient? Have you heard any feedback? What are they saying? How's the results of, has the person gone back to check his levels? How are things looking? And like I said, it's highly unlikely unless the indication is wrong. But even if in the rare scenario that it happens, we are there with you. So it's not our style to leave medication on the shelf of the pharmacy and go. We are here to give you the medication, all the information you need so that you can make the best choice for your patient. Now, in the line of talking about access, we also have a I think, what was Isidore's role now? External affairs and something, I've forgotten the, government affairs. So we have a dedicated person for that role, and we are actively working on it. It covers everything, even from including it on NHIS. Imagine if this was included on NHIS. From 1 million plus, it becomes 100K, you know? That's a huge win. So we have somebody who is actively working on these things, but you know, government procedures take time, and we are on it. This is still relatively, yes. So, yes, and that would also, it covers also partnering with organizations such as PSN, with ACPN and all of that. So we are actively very much on it. We welcome we welcome every suggestion, but we are also actively working on it, even on our own. We are stepping out to make the request, to ask questions. How can we make it better for the patients? How can we do better? So maybe, I think Mademi said earlier, let's look at beyond pricing, access. What you're trying to do is, as they say, when you want to hang a painting, when you punch a hole in your wall, it's not that you want a hole in your wall, you want to hang a picture. So it's not the focus on the wall, it's the picture you want to hang and how beautiful it will look. So let's focus on what we are trying to achieve. We are trying to achieve wellness, we are trying to achieve restoration to the closest possible, level of health that we can get. And that's what we should focus on. And maybe lastly, one more thing I would like us to keep in mind as pharmacists is that, and this is a community pharmacy example. When you go to community pharmacies and you have a conversation on something like cataflam, and then they say, oh my goodness, this cataflam the price is this and all of that. And then I ask a question. There's a question I always ask that, do you have area nurses who come and then they ask you that I want to buy dextrosaline and gentamicin and things like that? Yes, it happens. And I say, do you know maybe sum total of what they'll buy maybe dextrosaline, gentamicin, and chloroquine injection. The sum total of that expense is maybe 3 or 4K. And then I say, do you know how much these nurses charge on the streets? I don't know. Does anybody know that? Who can guess how much they charge? Young nurses that just graduated that learned work, auxiliary, that learned work. Do we know how much they charge? Who can guess? Yes. I was shocked. I thought it was like 6,000. These people, one small girl that has left from learning work, maybe in 2023, the sum total of the work she learned, maybe part of it was mopping floors and all that. With a lot of audacity, they charged the patients, I treat you for malaria, and then they charged 30,000. They bought something of it, and then because they hung dextrosaline and they gave Bico, and then this is not school of nursing nurse. Somebody that went to learn work. And then the pharmacist is saying, I can't give you something. I can't give you Quartem because it's so and so price. I can't give you X-Forge. Why not just manage amlodipine? Because, no, these people, with their audacity, and then they charge so much. So let's think beyond that. We are professionals and we have everything that we need to take care of the patients. So with this, please, let me invite my colleague. We want to just do a brief reminder on our Quartem. In recent times, there has been, everyone please. In recent times, there has been a bit of change. If you remember when, was that last year or 2 years ago now, that NAFDAC said no more suspensions. So we want to do a small reminder on management of pediatric malaria and why you should use Quartem dispersible.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Abiola Sani. I'm a medical rep from Novartis, and I'm the rep in charge of Quartem. And today we will be talking about Quartem dispersible. The slides, please. Okay, so today we will be treating malaria with Quartem. And as a proud Novartis rep that I always say, Quartem is very, 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 very important to me. I mean, there's a lot of backstory behind Quartem, and I never knew that I would be working with Novartis. But as fate would have it, I became a pharmacist and I got a job with Novartis, and I started promoting Quartem. I'd like to mention that Quartem has been in existence for well over 25 years, and you will agree with me that up until this moment, when it comes to the management of malaria, Quartem is still top of mind. Whether you want to agree or not, we know in our heart of hearts that Coartem is still top of mind. And then since 2001, since 2001, Novartis has delivered over 450 million Coartem dispersible treatments without profit to malaria endemic countries. I think we deserve a round of applause for that. So in Novartis, we have our malaria global objective. And the whole essence of the global objective is to make sure that we lead the way towards zero malaria. And in Novartis, what we plan for malaria is to ensure access to quality assured ACTs for adults and children in malaria endemic countries. Nigeria is malaria endemic. We have to agree. And then we also plan to collaborate with partners to research and develop the next generation of anti-malaria. We have lots of molecules in the pipeline, and you will be well informed as soon as we start marketing them. And then we plan on working with external partners to support and strengthen expansion of research capacities in Africa. We will agree that since malaria is endemic in Africa, it would not be nice for our trials to be coming from places that are not Africa or even regions that are not so malaria endemic. So we need to strengthen our research capabilities and capacities in Africa if we want to find medications that really work for the diseases that are embedded in this country. So as a way of leading towards zero malaria, Novartis continues to deliver Coartem to patients in community in need. And then we are developing a new optimized dose of ACT. We have our Coartem baby in the pipeline. It's coming in maybe before the end of the year or Q1 next year. And it is targeting patients, pediatric patients that are less than 5 kg. Will I agree that for our anti-malarials, the tablets, the dispersibles, anyone, it's usually for children that are 5 kg and above. So we are launching a product that is for infants less than 5 kg. So, and it brings me to treating malaria with Coartem. We have different pack sizes for different weights. We have our Coartem dispersible by 6, that is the 2120 by 6. It is for children that are 5 kg to less than 15 kg. We have the dispersible by 12, that is the blue pack, for children that are 15 kg to less than 25 kg. The Coartem dispersible by 6 and the Coartem dispersible by 12, they are dispersible. Then the by 18 has 18 tablets for children that are 25 kg to less than 35 kg. And we have the by 24 for 35 kg and above. Older children and adults can use it. Coartem is artemether lumefantrine. It's the innovator molecule for artemether lumefantrine, and it is recommended in the treatment of uncomplicated malaria. Uncomplicated malaria. It is not recommended for severe malaria. WHO recommendation. WHO actually pre-qualified Coartem dispersible for the management of uncomplicated malaria in children. And WHO recommends that dispersible tablets be used rather than liquid formulation. Before NAFDAC phased out suspensions, we have been advocating that the way to go for pediatrics is the dispersible tablet. And I would share with you some reasons why it is so. So, why are we advocating for Coartem dispersible? The reason is because finding dosing challenges with suspension. There is a study that had 200 humans demonstrate how to use the liquid for suspension, the powder for suspension. There were 200 human subjects, and then they gave them 200 powder for suspension to reconstitute. And we'll be surprised at the result. Only 24 out of the 200 were able to reconstitute the suspension as required by the manufacturer. Who are we really fooling? And then over almost 50% made reconstitution above required volume, and maybe 40% reconstituted below the required volume. Error in reconstitution was as high as 76%. And then we know as pharmacists, I remember pharmaceutics lab, that then they'll say, I avoided error due to parallax. I checked lower meniscus, I checked higher meniscus. How many people, how many of our caregivers really know what meniscus to look at? Do they know the lower meniscus or is it the higher meniscus? How many of them even know what a meniscus is? And then we also forget that sometimes these parents, they use caregivers, and these caregivers don't probably know anything, and then they just do whatever it is they like. So Quartem Dispersible for Children is designed to meet infant and young children. It's designed to meet the treatment of malaria for infant and young children, and it is supported by rigorous clinical development. It is cherry flavored, and it tastes really nice. It smells well, and it tastes really nice. It is very simple to prepare and easy to take. It rapidly breaks. When you disperse it into water, it disperses in less than 1 minute. And why are we using Quartem Dispersible? The individual tablets are stored in sterile packs. Mary Jane, can someone bring me the Quartem Dispersible, please? So I just want to do a practical, it's less than a minute. So this is the Quartem Dispersible by 6. It's a dispersible tablet. So individual doses are stored in they are stored in sterile blisters. So there is no antimicrobial preservative. It is coming in contact with water when you want to disperse to the child. When you want to give to the child, that is when it's coming in contact with water. So there are no antimicrobial preservatives in it. And we all know that artemisinin derivatives are not stable in aqueous solution. They precipitate over time. So we are formulating molecules that come in contact with water when you need to administer to the child. And each dose, when you, let's say, considering the weight of the child, like I said, 5 to less than 15, 15 to less than 25. So let's say the baby that wants to use this now is a 10 kg baby, and it's going to be 1 tablet. So what we have to do is add just 10 ml or less, something small. And then we see, immediately, it starts to disintegrate. Immediately. In less than, whoever has a timer should check. In less than 1 minute, it fully disperses. And I'm going to probably pass this round. I don't know if, for you to have a smell, I think Mommy here will confirm the smell to us. What does it smell like, Mommy? It's cherry. It's cherry, the cherry that's like in cake, not agbalumo cherry. No, Mommy, it's cherry in cake, man. Yes. So, we will be dispersing the tablet and then passing it around for people to have it. Yes. Yes, it's very sweet. I wouldn't want to. I think last year, we had a presentation. I don't know if some pharmacists are here. We went around pharmacies in Lagos. And then we did like a Quartem Dispersible demonstration. Mommy, I remember I came to that one. I came here to do a Quartem Dispersible demonstration. Yes, so we did the Quartem Dispersible demonstration. It is sweet. It's sweet and it has cherry flavor. So why are we making it flavored? Because of acceptability and palatability in this pediatric patients. So we already talked about how to make the Quartem Dispersible. So in summary, hello everyone, please. In summary, WHO recommends that dispersible tablets rather than liquid formulation should be used in treating malaria in children. Error in reconstitution of dry powder. Error in reconstitution of dry suspension was as high as 76%. And Quartem Dispersible is designed to meet the needs of infant and young children, and it is supported by rigorous clinical development. Quartem Dispersible is cherry flavored. It enhances the palatability and compliance of the medication. It is very simple to prepare and easy to take because all you have to do is just give the child and they are good. And then it rapidly disperses in water and then it forms a sweet tasting medicine. It is high quality dispersible tablet from Novartis. Thank you so much for your time. It was nice seeing you. So for the dispersible, it's less than 2,000 naira. It's less than 2,000 naira. It's less than 2,000. It's less than 2,000 naira. Yeah, 1,800 is available, sir. Yes, sir.
time you be selling 1 million.
Diversity and inclusion. Diversity and inclusion. Diversity and inclusion.
Please, I
Yes,
have
sir.
questions.
Okay.
You know, it's so good you are presenting yourself to us. Novartis is still in the country, we thank God. But what I know is that those that have gone, they will still come back to this Nigeria. They have done it once and again, and I can be sure that they are coming back. So I think there should be a kind of no shaking to Novartis. Yes, but I need to say this about Coartem. We all know Coartem. Number one, artemether lumefantrine products, drug products. And it has been up there, like you said, over 25 years. But then I think normally, when you do a research, you bring in a new moiety. What is expected is that as the years go back, the prices should crash and come down. But it's not with Novartis product, especially this. No, it's not because dollar is going up, especially with Coartem. I don't know what the price of Coartem is, but I think it's like 6,000 naira for an adult dose. That means for a retailer, we are going to be selling 8,000 in low level. It's now 9,000 in low income earning area. And then maybe in places like Lekki, highbrow area, they might be selling it as high as 10,000, 15,000. Anyway, knowing that there are other competitors happens to us as community pharmacy in the retail end, last end of the value chain, as it were. When a product of Coartem nearly expired on me, I had to beat down the price. In fact, it's like, oh, you want Coartem? I won't allow you to go. How much did you say you bought it? You bought it. I just said, okay, look, let me give it out, 5,000, and collect back. At least I can get back my capital, even if I don't have profit. And I find out that you people do a kind of strategy. And it's for us, it's a no-no. For me, it's a no-no. You have products that are nearing expiry. You drop it. And somebody is saying, oh, Coartem is available now at 2005. That same 8480. And I will have one on my shelf that is 8,000 naira. How do you want me to cope? The only thing I can do is to go and buy those ones and then put an in between. But I don't think that strategy is really right. It doesn't make people to... And I see retailers that also take this thing in bulk from you, and then they want to sell to us fellow retailers. They do it on some of the platforms that ACPN has been saying you can't be doing this. So I don't know. You have to change that strategy. If we are collaborating, let's collaborate in a way that as community pharmacists, it's a win-win for all of us. You don't expect me to have something 8,000 and I'm seeing 1,500 and it has just 2 months and I think I can do a quick one. I don't think that's what we are there for as if you really want us to do this Coartem, let it, I don't know where you are, whether Switzerland or, okay, let it reach, they should come down on the price of Coartem.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your feedback, ma'am. We appreciate it. So maybe let me just quickly address this and make it quick. Regarding the price, how do they say it? If you say something, then my guy at the top will say another thing. So, but just on a lighter note, what we do is that our pricing, we've tried to be as fair as possible. I think Boyega mentioned during his presentation that Cibrava, for instance, is called Leqvio in another country, in Europe and co. If you Google the price of Leqvio, is maybe 3 times or 4 of Cibrava. So we have tried to be as reasonable as we can, but we still have to remain a profitable organization, and we are looking to you for your support because we are very useful to you as pharmacists or sometimes even as the patients. So maybe one thing that I would like you to take away is that there are 3 things you need to keep in mind about Coartem to prevent expiry issues. Number 1, the efficacy of Coartem, all of them. The 8480, the dispersible, the efficacy of Coartem is 95% plus, above 95% from the first tablet. It is not, we are not trying to do symptomatic relief. If you want to feel better, take paracetamol or cataplam. It is clearing out the parasite clearance rate of Coartem is the 97%. So we are not trying to make the patient feel better. We are trying to clear out the parasite from your system. There are 1,001 antimalarials that patients will take, and they say they feel better. They take it in January, then by March they take again. Then by June. And then you find Nigerians saying things like, I saw many malaria, no. They should take Coartem, and then we'll have that conversation again. So the 3 things you need to remember about Coartem. First of all, it is a cure for malaria. It's not for the person to feel better. Second is that it is actually easy to take across board. The children ones, we have some, e.g. this one, Agbaya, that will take these ones for children. She doesn't take the adults one. But the funny thing is that even the adults one does not, it's film coated. So that immediate irritation that comes with taking artemether lumefantrine, you hardly find it with Coartem. And then the third thing about Coartem is that when you take Coartem, there's an assurance of quality. We have covered the ground so much that there's hardly maybe any pharmacist here that is not familiar with our trade partners, SNA or Worldwide, and we have done our best in terms of pharmacovigilance, ensuring quality, ensuring access, ensuring. So when you take Coartem, you are taking quality, you are taking efficacy, and you are sure that you are clearing that parasite from your system. So, thank you very much. I think our time has passed now. Thank you for your time. Sir, I'll come and talk to you about that. Please, Coartem is very, very, very available. But we'll come and look. We'll talk about it.
Coartem group, please, you need to take this back home.
Okay, sir.
You see, I was there when Coartem was launched in Nigeria.
Thank you, sir.
But what we advised you people was that you must not allow stock out of Coartem. Stocking out of Coartem brought in a lot of fake Coartem into the system. It brought a lot of fake Coartem into the system. I don't know whether you are aware of it or whatever. Especially the free sample you made available to the one in Blister Park, the card type that went to the hospitals and whatever. You know, a lot of it came back to the extent that you are wearing just chalk colored and all those something. So you cannot afford, because it is a popular product. If you understand the market syndrome in Nigeria, any product that is fast line and is popular tends to be faked when there is stock out.
Thank you.
So you need to find a way of making sure that there will be no stock out.
Yes, sir.
Because the moment there are stock outs, infiltrators will come in.
Yes, sir.
And what you are going to have is a mixture of what you cannot factor.
Okay.
So
Thank
you
you
need
so
to take
much.
that back home.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the feedback. Thank you for all the feedback we've received today. We appreciate it, and we'll go back to our office and work on it. I just wanted to quickly address what he said about the flat packs. Please, those flat packs are subsidized for rural areas that are not, that don't, like inside, what's the word now? Rural areas, yes, hard to reach areas, and are subsidized by, is it WHO or UNICEF? There's a body that subsidizes it. It's not even attached to us in Novartis, Nigeria. It's shipped directly from the factories, directly to them. And if you check the pack, it will say not for sale on it. So sometimes there are interesting people in the country who try to play games with these things, but we are also doing our best with our pharmacovigilance. Interestingly, you may find that you'll be happy to hear that we now have our authentic field. We call it authentic field. It's a program where we actually go about. I have it's in my booth. I have a machine to test a medication. If I go somewhere and it's a Novartis medication and it's looking questionable, I bring out my machine and I test it and I say, okay, no, this is wrong, or this is original, or this is not. And we look at the batch. Yes, I actually have the machine. So we are being very proactive. Please be rest assured that Novartis brands as much as possible. And then you have SNA, you have Worldwide going around and ensuring that you get the very best quality. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you very much. So we'll continue to engage with Novartis. I want to thank Novartis for the presentation. So we're going into the next masterclass very quickly. The topic of the next masterclass is providing 360 degrees quality healthcare services using the skills of emotional intelligence. If you remember last year, she started the masterclass by teaching us about emotional intelligence. Now, this year, we'll crown it with the application. Unfortunately, only a few people are here that were here last year because I took roll call earlier on. And only a few hands went up. So it means that you have to do a recap of last year. But I know our management consultant, pharmacist Dayo Aditola, will do justice to it. So you're welcome, Ma. Please come to the lectern. Thank you.
Embryo. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to appreciate the chairman, the ESCOs, fellows of the Society, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the organizing committee, ladies and gentlemen. I really want to appreciate you for giving me the opportunity to come and talk to the people on this particular topic, providing 360 degrees quality healthcare services using the skills of emotional intelligence. I'm going to talk about it, covering different, whichever segment of the pharmacy practice you are operating in, either community, hospital, or industrial, whatever, and whatever cadre you are, whether you're a consultant, you're a grade 1 pharmacist, principal pharmacist, and on like that. All of us, the application of emotional intelligence to your practice is the same all through. So those are the things we're going to look at this afternoon. Okay. All right. Yes, it's showing. Now, when you talk about... Sorry. Okay. When you talk about providing healthcare services using emotional intelligence tools, you discover that for patients, they need compassion. These people, they need what? Compassion. Because they're already going through issues. Most especially for those of them that are going through maybe chronic diseases. Some members of their families, like they're tired, maybe some are tired of them. I actually was discussing with a particular man, elderly, and the wife is having this kind of chronic ailment. He said it's not actually the person that has the ailment that's having problem. He says it's the caregiver that actually suffer more. So some of them, they're already tired. Family members, they are tired. And also, for those ones that are sick, they are also not too happy about it. So when on the family side, they are tired of them, they are looking for shoulders to lean on. By the time they now get to the hospital, it's like the hospital staff, maybe doctors, pharmacists, lab scientists, they are hostile to them. Many of them, they are like, will I say, they may be fed up of life. And that is the reason why we must actually deal with them in a way that will affect their emotions positively. Now, when you talk about emotional intelligence, you're talking about how to manage your own emotions, the way you react to things, and also be able to influence the emotions of other people positively. Now, when I talk about compassion, we are talking about, when it comes to, let me say this, when it comes to treating patients, it's not just about giving out the medication, take 1-2 times daily, 1-3 times daily, next patient. I think, thank God now, hospital pharmacy, hospital practice is already taking a new dimension. It's not in those days whereby you have a lot of people in front of you, Of course, the patients, when they get to that last, will I say the last place to go in the hospital, is usually the pharmacy department. They're already very agitated. Hey, Damilo, answer me, this and that one. And then you see a long queue in front of you. The next thing you say, you just write 1, 2, 3. Mama, Ekuro, next patient. But this one is not really going to help. How can we help this patient beyond just giving medication? Now, the emotional state of a patient, it has been seen that it affects the treatment outcome, the emotional state. Whatever a patient goes through in the hands of healthcare provider will affect his emotional state, and the emotional state will also affect whether the patient will get well on time or not. Research has actually shown that even people that are on chronic diseases or terminal diseases, research has actually shown it's not okay. I think you need to give me another mic. Okay. Now, for those people even on chronic diseases, research or terminal disease, so to say, research has actually shown that some of them actually get through because of their state of mind. For those ones that believe that I'm going to get out of this, one way or the other, miraculously, those kind of patients, they get through. Unlike those people that have given up, anytime, let death comes, and many of them don't usually make it. So the state of mind actually affects whether a patient is going to get well on time or not. So quality healthcare goes beyond just medical treatment. Emotional dimension is also involved. Please, are you people hearing me at the back? Are you hearing me at the back? No, not at all. Please help me work on this mic. I'll put it in my mouth and I'm talking at the top of my voice. Okay. All right. Are you hearing me now? Okay. So when you are talking about 360-degree quality healthcare, it deals with patient-centered care model. So you are talking about the whole population of healthcare providers in the hospital. We are talking about the physicians, the pharmacists, the nurses, lab scientists. All of them have to be involved. There has to be communication between this group of health professionals as well. Now, when you look at, let's focus on how the brain works when it comes to managing emotion. Now, the limbic system. This limbic system is the one that is involved, in regulating emotions, behavior, motivation, and memory. Now, the one that is really, really involved with our emotion is the one you call the amygdala. The amygdala is the one, once it receives the signals, and the next thing processes it, whether to act in a way, either to act in a way that is hostile or that is favorable. Now, this amygdala, there is a way that, please let's have one class. Thank you. Okay. So this amygdala is the one that actually creates a kind of emotion that helps the bonding between mother and child. For example, on people, maybe there was a result that was shown or that I read about a particular boy who was having seizures. So they have to cut off the amygdala. They have to cut off a chunk of the amygdala. And the next thing they saw that was this guy was no longer responsive to anybody. No emotion, no crime, no feeling for everybody, no feeling for anybody, not interested in anything. Now, when you now look at for example, the reptiles, when you look at the reptiles, their own amygdala is not as developed as you have in mammals, higher animals. So, and that is the reason why there is no emotional bond between, let me say, a reptile like a snake and the offspring. Immediately the egg hatches, the snake goes off. Because their own amygdala is not as developed as that of mammals that will care for the offsprings and all that. So that is to tell us that this part of the brain, whatever experience it goes through, it is stored there. And then it recollects it later. So that is, and of course, it's going to affect the behavior. It's going to affect any form of healthcare practices you administer on that patient. And that is why it has been discovered that emotional intelligence is very, very important in whichever aspect of healthcare practices that you have. So that's the limbic system. Of course, the limbic system, you will see the hypothalamus. This one regulates, temperature, hunger, thirst, and all that. The thalamus is one that relays the information to the cerebral cortex. Then the hippocampus. This one actually keeps the memory. Whatever happens, it keeps the memory. All right? Maybe you go to the hospital and one pharmacist, abuse you very well, snaps at you. It's in that memory, and you may even not want to go to that hospital anymore, just because of the hippocampus that has stored that memory. It has kept it there. All right? So now, let's look at the definition. Emotional intelligence is the ability to understand, use, and manage one's own emotions. And also, it doesn't stop at that, recognizing the emotions of others, especially the patients you're caring for, and also be able to regulate the way, they also react to you. Because the way you react to somebody, the way you relate to somebody, will actually determine what the person gives back to you. Like when we are training sales rep, or medical sales rep, and going to detail their drugs in the hospital, you always tell them, even if it is your sad moment, you have to what? Smile. Smiling is infectious. Money mood is also infectious. For example, if I just get in here, I'm just laughing. You can see some people already laughing. They'll be wondering, why are you laughing? Without even you asking me, why are you laughing? You have already joined me. Okay? Now, another one is, let's say she's a medical doctor. She's sitting in front of me and she's smiling. She's all smile. She's happy maybe with what she's reading on WhatsApp. And I just come in like this, blank. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm from Bosco Nanko. What will happen? Our countenance will drop, isn't it? That's why I said, when it comes to emotion, it can be infectious. Money mood is infectious. Then happy mood is also what? Infectious. So emotional intelligence means that you should understand yourself, be able to regulate yourself, and also you should be able to influence the emotions of others. Now, you are looking at intelligence quotient and also emotional intelligence or emotional quotient. Intelligence quotient and emotional quotient. Now, is it working now? Okay. It's normal. Are they hearing me at the back? I think it's not working again. Okay. It's just fluctuating. Okay. So it's okay. They said the light is fluctuating. Now, we're looking at intelligence quotient. It's a measure that's IQ. It's a measure of a person's ability to think, to reason, compared to others of the same age. Now, it is a cognitive function. Now, when you look at intelligence quotient, you compare with emotional intelligence or emotional quotient. Now, which one of them, let me ask us, which one of them do you think can contribute more to someone's success in life? Emotional. Okay? How many of us agree that when it comes to success in life, EQ, that's emotional quotient or emotional intelligence, will give you an edge over somebody with IQ, high IQ. Do we agree? All right. I think almost everybody is agreeing to that. I'll give you an example. There was a time one woman actually asked me to help her daughter look for a job. She read one of these biological sciences courses. So what happened was that this lady was, at that point in time, she had just left a particular company that is a fast-moving consumer good company, a very big company. I would say one of the big multinational consumer health company in the fast-moving consumer goods. Yes, FMCG. So she had just left that place. And what I learned was that she was frustrated out of the company. Now, why? What happened? This lady, the way she was, she made the first class. She made the first class with the course she read. So this lady, the way she was behaving there, it was as if even the managers, they don't know as much as she knew. She said, so I now got, when the mother said she should call me. So I started talking to her. I said, what really happened? Why you left that place? They didn't sack her, but they frustrated her. She had to resign. So I said, what really happened? She said, you see, it's the way my managers are thinking is as if I've come to take their job. It's like this, it's like that. She was just talking. So I now made her to realize. I said, look, when you get your degree can get you a job. But what will keep you on that job, keep you rising, is your EQ, emotional intelligence or emotional quotient. So I said, there was one thing she did. It was as if she disgraced her manager during a departmental meeting. Issues she ought to have discussed with her manager, she didn't discuss it. She now brought it out at a departmental meeting. So the manager was so embarrassed and everything. So, of course, they have been noticing her like that. So she was frustrated out of that place. Then I now told her, I said, look, when you get into a company, your certificate, your grade can make you get that job. But immediately you get into that company, nobody remembers whether you made the first class or half class or one quarter class. Nobody wants to know. It's what you are able to bring to the table. So when the way she was talking about, I said, look, you are not the first person to have a good result to enter to get a job in a company. I said I also had a good result. But the moment you get into that company, nobody remembers whatever grade you made. They want to see the result. So your relationship. So she started talking. I even want to cut in at a point for me to correct her on some things. She kept on talking. After some time, I just put my phone on speaker. I put it on my table. I started doing whatever I like around the house. She kept on talking. For like 15 minutes she was talking. Then she got to a point and said, hey, please, are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? Me, I didn't answer anymore. When she got satisfied and she finished, I just put on my phone. That was the end. I said, I cannot go and look for a job for this type of person. I don't want her to go and disgrace me. So that was how I left her. So what am I saying? One of the things she said was that the people that even made the 2-2, they even promoted them over and above me. I explained everything to her. That's why I'm saying in life, your IQ will only contribute 20% to your success in life. Why other factors, including the emotional intelligence, they have the highest percentage. Your ability to work with people, your ability to relate with people, to relate with your subordinates. And one of the things I always tell managers as well when training them is that, look, if you are frustrating your subordinates, it's going to affect you. Especially, let's say you are in sales. If your subordinates are not bringing it, if you are frustrating them, their morale will dampen, and the result they are going to give you will be dropping by the day. And of course, as a manager, is the totality of what your subordinates bring in, that is your own achievement. So I always tell them, so it's better you relate with your subordinates with high emotional quotient, because it's going to rub on your own achievement as well. So that's about that. So in life, you really need to pay your IQ will get you a job, but what will keep you on that job and you keep rising is your emotional quotient. Now, there are 5 pillars of emotional quotient which we are going to look at, or emotional, you can call it emotional quotient or emotional intelligence. You have self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. So we're going to look at them one by one briefly. So the self-awareness. The self-awareness, you have to know who you are as a person. There's no perfect person. Everybody has his or her own weakness. You must know that, of course, you will always have your areas of strength. So it encompasses the ability to recognize and understand your own emotion, how they impact on your behavior, your personal strengths and weaknesses. You know, there is a particular personality identification tool I normally use. You know, assuming this is a whole day program, by the time I use it, at least 80% I'll be able to predict your personality, your weaknesses, and the areas whereby you will need to be trained. So it works perfectly. And of course, we should always listen to feedback from people. Feedback. What are people saying? I have a sister-in-law. It's like based outside the country. Almost like there was a time we were there for a holiday. Almost like every 2 weeks, she was changing job. After coming up, she'll come back home today and say, that company, if you see the gate man, see the way they are behaving. They can't, they are not together in that company. Blah, blah, blah. She'll complain. She'll stay at home for like 2 weeks, get another job. And it's the same story. I say, how come that is everybody that is bad? You are the only good person in the whole world. You know? So, you see, that type of person, you can know that she has poor EQ. Very poor one. Poor interpersonal relations. So you have to know yourself. You have to know your areas of weaknesses so that by the time you are relating with these patients, by the time you are relating with the doctors and other air care practitioners, you will know that this is my area of weakness. And then you work on it. And that leads to, the second one is a self-regulation. When you know that this is your area of weakness, you have to know how to regulate yourself. If you know you have a short fuse, when you're relating with people, you can blow up at any time. You have to regulate it. Maybe look for fuse of higher capacity. Or your voltage, the voltage emanating from your body is so high, you have to step it down when you're relating with people. So that if everybody is avoiding you, there's no way you can achieve success living that kind of a life. Either you are a healthcare practitioner or whatever. It doesn't work that way at all. So, now, let's say, you are a community pharmacist or you are, you are a hospital pharmacist. And you know that you have this type of hot temper. What do? By the time you know you are not in a very good mood, it's better for you to ask somebody to help you counsel someone. Because the patients, like I said, by the time they get to the hospital, the pharmacy department, they are already at edge. They are so hungry. They have been to the lab, they have been to this, they have been to that. And the next thing they want to vent their anger on you, then if you have to meet it fire for fire, there will be a problem. Okay? So, now, another one is that when you know it has a sort of weakness, you talk a lot. You talk a lot. It's an area of weakness, but can be worked on. Just imagine yourself, maybe one Mr. Williams came to your pharmacy, to buy something, to buy some drug. And the next thing, because people talk a lot, they will have said some things before they realize that, I'm not supposed to talk this way. So by the time the person comes to your pharmacy, and you now ask, Mr. Williams, your friend, please make sure you counsel him to comply with his medication because his blood pressure has been fluctuating. Then Mr. Williams will say, my friend didn't tell me he's hypertensive now. Then you now look, he say, maybe I wouldn't have said it too. So what happened is that his friend now will not have any trust in you anymore as a pharmacist. Because what? You have wounded his emotion and his ego. Because he never told his friend that he was hypertensive. And your own area of weakness is that you talk a lot. You talk too much. So you have to work on it. Like I said, you have to know yourself and then following the self-regulation. Know your areas of weaknesses and be able to step things down. All right? Then, motivation. It's a powerful internal drive that comes from desire to fulfill personal goals and objectives. You stay strong, especially when you're working in the hospital system. Like doctors now, they don't want consultants, pharmacists. They don't want this, they don't want that. They want to be above everybody. You don't get frustrated that. Just stay strong. Then another one is in the area of when it comes to counseling patients, when it comes to dealing with patients. So as there are, let me say, after retirement, when you retire from the hospital, it's not compulsory. If you don't like community pharmacy, it's not compulsory that you must go into a community pharmacy. You can think of other things to do, because if you are not motivated, if you don't have motivation in practicing a particular aspect of pharmacy, you'll be frustrated. People that come in touch with you, they will know that this is a frustrated pharmacist. And they will avoid your pharmacy shop like a den of lion. They're going to avoid it. So, motivation goes a long way in helping you to be able to achieve success in life. In the face of frustration, you are saying, I'm going to get through. Persistence, resilience. Right. So motivation is very important. Now, there comes the empathy. Empathy is very, very key. Empathy is like putting yourself in the position of another person. If you don't put yourself in the position of another person, at times when you see some patients behaving somehow, you might also get angry. For example, as I'm staying here now, if I write letter 6, to me it's 6. You at the other hand is 9. We can keep arguing. I say it's 6. You say it's 9. Until I shift over to your side. Oh, okay, it is 9. It is 9 on your side. Now, when it comes to empathy, you see, people who already having, let's say terminal disease, and they have just received a doctor's verdict that, if you are able to live up to 2 years, then you've tried, and you now come to a pharmacy shop, or either in the hospital or outside, and she's railing on you. And in fact, that person can do and not do. Somebody that they are almost like giving a dead verdict, and you are not attending to the person properly, and maybe he's even been thinking of the next available opportunity to jump into a lagoon, and you are now putting a salt on its injury. So that is why empathy is very important. You make the patient feel as if, even if it's a terminal disease, you still let him realize that it is possible for her or him to get out of it. There might have been 1 or 2 cases of people that that they are saying, you will die in 5 years' time. And 10, 20 years down the line, the person is still alive. You can give an example. You can say, I can see the way you feel. But one thing is that with God, nothing shall be impossible. You can still live. So don't give up on yourself. So with that, the patient will now say, it's possible. And of course, I said that when you are already connecting to the amygdala of that person, and the person is like, the emotion now is now going in the positive direction, who knows? That may heal the person. So that is why emotional intelligence is very important. Now, for example, you see, when it comes to this issue of empathy, I'm spending time on it. If you don't put yourself in the position of another person, you will not be able to appreciate what that person is going through. I read this particular book by John Maxwell. The title is Winning with People. He said there was a particular day, he took a train. Outside the country anyway. He took a train. So they got to a particular train station. So when they got to that train station, they picked some passengers. So when they picked them, he said there was this particular man, like middle-aged man that came in with some children. So when he came with those children, the children were so unruly, they were shouting, they were making so much noise, disturbing everybody in the train. And the man was just looking blank. He wasn't doing anything to correct the children. Then he now told them, after some time, he told the man, I said, why don't you just correct your children? The way they are disturbing everybody, the way they are making noise, it's not good at all. He said, it was as if he woke that man up from sleep. And the man said, okay, I'll control them. He said, their mother just died about an hour ago. He said, they don't know how to handle it. That is why they are making so much noise. You see, and that is, and what is John Maxwell said that hurting people hurt others. Hurting people hurt others. Because he said at that moment in time, he asked him, he said, in what area do you think I can be of help to you? There was a man that he was already condemning in his heart, that he has unruly children and on and on. But immediately he heard what the person was going through, he felt so bad and very compassionate. So the same thing, when a patient comes to the hospital, to your pharmacy department, or to the community pharmacy to buy something, you don't know what the patient is going through. Maybe the mother, the parents are sick, and she has just been diagnosed with a chronic disease. Because at times when they misbehave like that, you just see this young girl that cannot even be more than my first daughter's age. See the way she's talking to me. You may not know what that person is going through. So that is why, as a healthcare provider, it is not just for you to just hand over that medication to that person. You have to, use all these skills of emotional intelligence to deal with that patient. That alone may be enough even to take care of the sickness. You show empathy. You say, I've been there before. Maybe it's something you have passed through. I've been there before. I'm sure everything will be okay for you. So when it comes to counseling, actually, a lot of the time, maybe in some of these private hospitals, some of them don't have time to actually counsel their patients. That is, this is a drug you should take, this is how many times a day, what time of the day. I'm presently handling a case. There is one of these elders in my church. I'm a pastor's wife. So when you are a pastor's wife, you are like a mother to everybody, even if the person is older than you in age. So this particular elderly man, 15 minutes. Okay. This particular elderly man came. So I learned that the man was sick. Then I called him. I said, what's the problem? He said, he's hypertensive. They just gave him some drugs in the hospital, and he's not feeling too fine and all that. I said, when did they ask you to come back? He said, next week. Okay. I said, what drugs were you giving? She couldn't, it was just mentioning, hey, there's one tablet, it's yellow like this, it's round like this. I said, I will not know with that description. I said, when next you are coming to church on Sunday, bring all the medications they gave you. Let me look through it. So when I was, all sorts of sachets, some of them, she has finished taking them, some halfway. Then I saw amlodipine among them. I said, how are you taking this? He said, well, I take it any time of the day I feel like taking it. Sometimes I'll take it in the morning, sometimes in the evening, sometimes in the afternoon. So I now realize this is a problem he has. The blood pressure was not well controlled because he only takes the medication. Let's say he took it at dinner time today. Tomorrow morning he can pick it again. So I had to counsel him. So that is one of the things patients go through when there's no proper counseling. Now, another one when it comes to showing this empathy. For example, let's say this, maybe it happens to some of you. And we are seeing it happening when you go to some shops. For example, let's say you go to a shopping mall and you just find one small place like that. You'll be looking for a parking space. You just find this small place and you maneuver, you park there. And after you park, you press your remote control, Papa. Of course, an average Nigerian will still go and put the handle whether the thing really long. So then you look at your tire, discover that everything is straight. Then as you start going, then you now see one security man that have been sitting under the shade. I said, Madam, you can't park there. I can't park there. And you'll be looking at me since morning, struggling to park here. Madam, don't leave your car there. I'll deflate your tire. That is somebody that doesn't have empathy. I had the case of a particular bank manager, from the head office. They have been looking at it, there was a particular branch. People have been complaining that they don't treat customers well. And of course, the turnover was like almost going down. So this particular manager now decided, he disguised himself. He knew that they are not likely to know him at that particular brand. So he disguised himself. I wore one plain t-shirt, slippers, then wanted to go and do what we call covert study. That's the one you observe people without them knowing. So he said immediately he got to the car park. He got a particular place to park because the place was full. He just managed. He was able to park. Then later, as he was going, the security man now started coming. And the security man has been looking at him. He said, Oga, you see all the cars we park here? Now so they park. Now so you go park, you go like that. So the manager now said, no wonder. So the problem actually starts from the gate, from the car park. Poor emotional intelligence. Poor empathy. Okay, so now, what about the social skills? Ability to understand and interact well with others. Let me go back to the issue of maybe when you are in the hospital, you counsel, most especially your patients on chronic ailment, that they have to keep on buying the drug. Hey, by the time you counsel them, there are some of them, that when they don't see you, when they have not come to take advice from you, they won't take their medication. If you treat them well, those ones, if you now retire and then you are now into community pharmacy practice, they may be your first set of customers. And of course, they will recommend other people to come to your pharmacy shop. I actually had that experience. There was a time when I was still running my community pharmacy practice, one person came, my pharmacy was in the Keja. One person came, she said she's from Egbeda, that somebody referred her. You know how many, I don't know, hundreds of pharmacy shops you must have passed through before getting there. So when you are in private practice, when you are in, let's say, hospital practice, and also in private practice, having your own pharmacy shop, one thing that will work well for you, recommendation will work. And it depends on your level of emotional intelligence. When you are operating in an environment, maybe in an estate, you must ensure that you identify with them there. You can do free air screening, free air talk, and of course, what are you doing? You're already promoting your pharmacy. And of course, if you are operating in a particular environment and you don't relate with them socially, some of them can frustrate your effort. Let me give you an example. There's a particular estate. The person is an importer of pharmaceutical product. So a whole house in that estate, he's using it as a warehouse. So when they say the neighbors should contribute 200,000 to maybe rehabilitate the road, landlord should contribute 200,000. This guy will give like 1 million naira. Nobody could talk because he was always bringing heavy trucks to come and deliver his drug. Another normal circumstance, estate roads are not supposed to accommodate every truck. But nobody could talk. Not too long ago, he bought a keke, for them to be doing shuttle within the estate. Because commercial keke and the Okada cannot enter. What is happening is having his ways, he's getting things. Everybody is cooperating with him, no problem about that. So, ability to socialize in your environment will that's part of emotional intelligence. It's one of the pillars of the emotional intelligence pillar. It's one of the pillars. Now, another one, individual with high social skill, they have been found out to be very effective with communication, in conflict resolution, adaptability, and also teamwork. Right? Now, how do you apply this? The self-awareness, you recognize your emotional triggers during patient care. Like I said, if you know that you are not in a good mood, you can always have somebody else to help you counsel that patient. self-regulation, remain calm in a stressful situation, stay committed to the service, then empathy. You should be able to, of course, with the type of prescription somebody brings to your pharmacy, either in the hospital or in the community, you will know that definitely you have an idea of the kind of problem that person is going through. So it is not just dispensing the medication, but be able to manage his own emotion, assure him that don't worry, everything will be well, you'll be okay. That will go a long way in actually resolving some of the problems the patient will go through. And of course, that patient will always remember you. Right? So, now, let's look at this. Before I actually conclude, you will discover that this emotional intelligence is not just needed with hospital practice, with alone, with community pharmacy. It's also needed as a medical rep, maybe in the industry, for those in the industry. Like you just get to a doctor. You're asking the doctor to prescribe your product. You have not identified the need. You have to show empathy to the need of that doctor. You don't just get the doctor, please help us write this product now. It's a very good product. It's very good. How? He said, that's what they told us in the office. That's what they told us. They said it's very good. Just write it. You must be able to identify the need of that doctor. Then you provide the features of your product. How is my product going to solve the need that you have? Going to address the need? That's part of emotional intelligence. Because it's not only as pharmacists when you are operating in the hospital sector alone. It also has to do with the industry as well. So, because for those medical reps like that, the next thing is that when the doctor is like giving them problem, they're like, maybe I should offer him money. When you prescribe my product, I'll be giving you 25,000 naira every month. That's what occurs to them. Because they cannot provide the evidence that this is how my product is going to solve the problem that you have. So, and of course, I always tell the reps, medical reps, that this will not work. Because I'm from company A now, and then another one from company B. We are like the same molecule. If I'm offering you 20,000, another one will come from another company. Doctor, how much is it giving you? I'll give you 25,000. And at the end of the day, everybody will be a loser. So you need to, you need to look at the pillars of emotional intelligence, all the social skills, the empathy, motivation, self-regulation, self-awareness, for you to be able to promote your products and services. In conclusion, all aspects of pharma practice should be EI-driven. That's emotional intelligence-driven for healthcare excellence. So when you integrate all this, you'll be able to manage your emotion, manage the emotions of your patient, and when the emotions of the patient is in the right way, is in the positive way, it's going to affect the health, the treatment positively. And you see your patients smiling home. And then, of course, happy patient, happy healthcare worker. On this note, I want to say thank you. Questions? Do we have questions? So are we taking questions now or later? Okay. Any questions? Oh, nobody understood what I said? Okay. All right. Maybe if there are questions, I'm still around. Okay. All right. I think there's somebody at the back there.
Good afternoon, ma.
Okay.
The Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN, Lagos State Branch, presents 2025 Annual Pharmacy and Scientific Week. Theme: Digitalizing Pharmacy, Enhancing Access and Equity for Universal Health Coverage. Chairman of the occasion, Pharmacist Solomon Ohi Aigwabua, FPSN, MD Chief Research Officer, Sonedis Nigeria. Keynote address, Pharmacist Professor Cyril Odinose Usifo, FPSN, Immediate Past President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. Chief Host, Pharmacist Ayuba Tanko Ibrahim, FPSN. President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria.
Good afternoon,
PSN.
Ma.
Host,
Good afternoon, sir.
Pharmacist
Thank you very
Balaye
much, Ma, for the wonderful lecture. My question is, where do you draw the line between being manipulative and applying emotional intelligence in your office space? Thank you.
Okay. When using emotional intelligence on your own path, the emotional intelligence pillar doesn't actually suggest that you should manipulate anyone. It doesn't suggest you should manipulate anyone. It's only that what it's trying to say is that understand yourself and also understand the other people. Like I said, at times your managers can be putting pressure on you. You may not know that your manager is also receiving pressure from up there. Because like I said, I gave an example. If I'm standing here now, or as I'm sitting here, if I write 6 on the floor, to me it's 6, but you on the other side, you discover that what you are seeing is 9. Now, for example, there was a time when I was a medical rep. I was a medical rep in GSK. So there was this particular lady. She was also a rep with us. So there was a time she was promoted to be, I think, district manager. Now, when we were all reps, I think we used to complain, this target they are giving us is just too much. It's just too much. How do they want us to sell this total number of packets of this one in a month, total number of whatever. We were complaining together with this lady. But when this lady became, I think, a district manager, just a step before area sales manager, you will see this lady that we used to complain together. When they now give us target, 360 degrees she turned. She will say, this one, within 3 weeks, you'll be able to sell it. You will even sell it before 1 month, before 30 days. You will sell it. You will see our language change entirely. So when your manager or you are dealing with somebody, emotional intelligence doesn't dictate that you manipulate anybody. It's only that watch yourself, know your own emotion, then you'll be able to try to predict what is happening on the other person's side. Just like I said, that the manager, when your manager is putting pressure on you, just look at him. Likely he's also receiving pressure from above. So that's just the way I normally look at it. Like I gave an example of a patient that comes to your pharmacy shop, very aggressive, very hostile. You may not know what the patient is going through, what is happening at home, and what is also happening to her. Like I gave an example of John Maxwell that said hurting people hurt other people. Like the man that the children were complaining and crying in the train, and he couldn't even control them, only for him to realize that they just lost their mother. So at times you don't know what people are going through. We only see it on the surface. So that is why you should always take the other person you are dealing with into consideration and think of what he or she may be going through.
I think, thank you very much, ma'am. But I think what she might also have in mind is if you are very good at EI, you might be able to get things that others might not be able to get. Let me give you an example. If I'm your manager now and you want me to get something approved and you know how to manage emotions on both ends, someone else who is not getting his way with the manager might be getting things. So maybe you can explain more how you will not, because of how good you are at managing that, to now start getting things that, if you get what I'm saying, not to be too much ahead of people or take advantage of that emotional intelligence. Maybe that's part of, because some people are very good with office politics. They will just rise like this. You are still there, whereas you are more. Maybe that's maybe.
Okay, when you look at the pillars of emotional intelligence, one of them is the social skills, ability to relate with other people. Like I gave the example of the lady that was frustrated out of a company just because of her inability to relate with her manager. So things when you are able to relate with people well, we call the interpersonal skills. You are able to get a lot of things done. Even when you are working in the industry as a medical sales rep, there are situations whereby your customer will tell you, I'm buying this product because of you. It's not because your price is the best. It's not because even your product is the best in the market. But just because of you, because of the relationship. I remember when I was a rep as well, there was, GSK. GSK is a company that sells premium products, premium price products. There are some hospitals I'll get to, they will say, okay, this your product is expensive. That's a language they are going to tell you. That's what they will tell you. That they will say, because of you, don't worry, I'll be picking some few packets from you, and I'll be prescribing them for patients or doctors, patients that I know that can pay for them. But assuming there's no good interpersonal relationship, what will happen? They will just tell me your product is expensive. Go. So, having good interpersonal relationship, that's social skills, will help you to be able to get things that other people may not have access to. You are not manipulating them. It's actually doing things the right way. You are not manipulating anybody at all. So social skills is one thing everybody has to develop. If you want to rise in life, if you want to have successes in your career or any aspect, you need to have good interpersonal relationship.
My second question goes to the vaccination topic.
Yes, sir.
Vaccines are good. Vaccinations are also good and should be promoted. For the tetanus vaccine, I know it starts from pregnancy, isn't it? After pregnancy, what should the schedule be? Is it on each occasion when you have an injury, an accident, or a cut, or anything? How many times in one's life should one have tetanus vaccines?
Thank you very much, sir. Tetanus vaccine is one of the vaccines that are not live vaccines. So their efficacy wears out over time. In other words, the immunity they confer is not lifelong. So the standard regimen is every 10 years, every adult is supposed to take tetanus vaccine, especially even women that are giving birth and all that and so on. And we should, and that's why, when we are promoting vaccination, it's for the health of the nation, but it's also to put money in the pockets of pharmacists. If you are able to let people know that, let's say you are a rewire, you are a carpenter, you do all these things that can, mechanics and all these, daily workers, they need to know that they are at risk of tetanus. And when tetanus sets in, you might not be able to reverse it. So if you let them know why they need to take their tetanus vaccine regularly, that's enough business for you to go around. So that's another thing we need to do. So standard is every 10 years, every adult is supposed to take tetanus, and even combining with the diphtheria vaccine, the DTP, possibly. Yes, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Sir and Ma. Yeah. So my question is directed to you, Ma. Yes. So it's a very wonderful presentation. I actually learned a lot. But my question is, as regards we that are at the receiving end, because your presentation is about the patients and the pharmacists or healthcare professionals having to accept everything that the patient brings as per we empathizing with them and all of that. But we should also have it at the back of our mind that even the healthcare professionals are human beings. So we also pass through some things. So where should we? Is it draw the line now? Or I don't want to use the word draw the line because, of course, we are expected to be able to undo everything. But we are also human beings. So how should we... I don't even understand my question already. Yeah, so that just basically is... How are we expected to undo a situation where we are also not fine and we are expected to undo their own situation as well? So that's my question.
Okay. You say, okay, when you are not fine, and you're also supposed to attend to a patient. You know, I said, if you are not in a good state of mind, in a good mood, you can always pass the patient to another person to attend to. You can always pass the patient. It's not compulsory that this patient must be the one to attend to that person. You know, you can take time off and say, please, can you help me cancel this patient? That is fine. That's how to handle it. Because as far as you are concerned, you know, they always say something that the customer is always right. You know, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are right. So pass the patient on to another person if you know that you are not in the right frame of mind to cancel that patient.
Okay, from this side.
Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Emma. What's that audio?
Sorry.
Speaker.
On emotional intelligence. My question now is about our youth. Because when we try to correct them, you know, sometimes the correction might not be so positive to them. And nowadays, they don't even like to be corrected. Do we hear them saying, you are low, you try to lower my self-esteem? Or it is affecting my emotional intelligence. Mental health.
Okay, it's affecting my mental health.
Yes,
okay.
That's exact word. Mental health.
Okay.
So my question now is, what is the strategy? Or how can we communicate with them so that at the end it's going to be a win-win effect? Win-win, both from the mother or from the boss and the YPG.
Okay, I didn't get your question. Is it when you are relating to a patient or you are relating to a junior colleague? Oh, okay.
The Gen Zs.
Oh, okay, Gen Z. Okay, you are stressing my mental health. Okay. I think the way to go about it is that if you want to rebuke somebody, don't just say, you know, why are you like this? Why are you dressed like this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? We must explain the consequences. We must explain the consequences of the actions of that person. So you don't just rebuke that person that, let's say the dressing was not good. Why are you dressed like this? Look at you. Is this where your mates are dressing? And so on and so forth. But when you explain the consequences of the action the person is taking, you know, when you do this, these are the end result. When you do this, these are the end result. For example, I'm on a secondary school all students platform, my secondary school. So I discovered that all those guys that were rascals in our secondary school days, you discover that they are the ones on the platform begging for money. Yes, many of them, they don't have any concrete means of livelihood. Then one of them was even telling lies about carrying about fake lab results. That they said this blog group, they can't find it in Lagos. They have to go to Kano to go and look for his blog group there. So I now started enlightening that this guy just wants to collect money. So he has been reaching individual, give me 20,000. And this was one of the rascals we had in school. So by the time somebody is behaving that way, maybe the person is still a teenager, then you explain what will likely happen in future if you don't change your ways. So maybe by the time you give them, you project the future to them, some of them may be forced to have a rethink. So don't just scold people, just tell them the consequences of your action if you continue that way. You know, there's an adage in my place, that is the person that is committing that offense is the one that will suffer most in future. So that's just the way it is. So I don't know if I'm able to. All right.
Okay, let me take.
My own question or suggestion or contribution is to the acceptability of the vaccines. On the social network now, especially on the Facebook, there's so many anti-vaccine. Not only anti-vaccine, so many drugs now. You know, teas, herbal teas, this one for eye, this one for hypertension, this one for, and even for they will tell you the pharmaceutical companies, you know, they are just making money out of you. If you don't take this thing quickly, you know, they have even tried to kill some people because of so. What is the regulatory bodies doing about such advertisements on the social space? Because as much as you want us to, you know, tell people what the social space, I mean, is known to everybody, to majority of people now. And when you begin to hear the same thing over and over again, you believe it. So what you are saying as an individual is different from what is on the space. So how do we, you know, not just us alone now, the regulatory bodies, you know, because they're supposed to be controlling the use of all these drugs. But then they even go to the extent of using celebrities that you trust or that you know. There was one that was telling me TDJs use this antihypertensive. I said TDJs again. I mean, that is to the extent. Whether it is TDJs himself that really did the advertisement or it was clone, I don't know. But what do we do about such things?
Thank you very much. That's a very, very strong contribution. I think it's two-pronged. Social media itself, by the nature of what it is social. So we are hearing things that if you want to travel to US now, they'll say you should submit all your social media. They want to study what you've been doing. Why? Because it's a very, it's what it is. But I think what makes it complex, what has complicated it in Nigeria is the level of illiteracy and knowledge. If the average person does not know, another individual can take advantage of that knowledge. And just like we know, there are socio-economic strata, they are like buckets. People that did not go to school, people that went to school but stopped at secondary school, there's a way they all think. So when you, apologies for those that hear maybe Fuji or whatever. Let me give you an example now. Maybe like they say Pasuma. There is a class of people that he appeals to. So there's nothing he says to those people that you can counter. Because he has already, you understand. So I think the first thing is to raise the literacy level or awareness or knowledge of people generally to at least a minimum. So that if you are talking to people that at least have some level of knowledge, there is the level of deception that they will buy. It will be, you need a higher threshold of deception to get to them. I think the threshold is too low, so that the ordinary person does not really understand. Let me give you an example. I'm not talking of illiteracy alone. All these things we are saying here now, if you bring a lawyer into our midst, you'll just be looking like this. What are you talking about? And I think that's the wisdom behind electives when we're in university. So that in the minimum, you know something about all these little things. So that nobody can, you don't know, you can't know everything, but at least know a little bit. So to come to your question, Ma, I think just like he suggested the other time, if we have a press, whatever, we bring people that are influential and we really let them understand these basic things we've talked about, vaccines. If not because of vaccines, there will still be smallpox. If not because of vaccines, 20 million people will be limping. All these little things. Let them even understand that vaccines are doing something. Then when that level of knowledge of people that are in the media, people that are in the Senate, people are in the, at least let them also rise to a level of awareness where it's now difficult to break through those socioeconomic strata. That will take a long time. Because in the United States, for example, that TDJX thing will not work over there. Because the average person knows that a pharmaceutical company can advertise an antihypertensive agent directly to the public because they know that already they have some level of education. But they will not allow it in this kind of place because they know that if you do that, many people will misuse it. I think what the government needs to start doing is when we do scientific weeks like this, we bring out a communique. We give it out to the press. They read it out. One way or the other, it goes round. It generally increases the level of people's awareness about these basic things. So that tomorrow, if you go to the social media and you see something, you say, no, I heard a pharmacist said so. It will be easier to correct it with something else. The problem is there's a lot of negative or unbalanced information, but the level of balanced information is reducing every day because it's either we are taking it for granted that people know, or we look at the extent of work we need to do to be able to get to that level where more people get to know what is correct. Another thing people have raised is maybe in our education, in primary school, for example, let people, as you are teaching them, maybe E for I, maybe V for vaccine, things like that, so that from a very little age, they are hearing these basic things so that everybody grows up with it. And it's a whole lot of, the work is so much that you begin to think that where can we start? But I think we are starting now. Like when we begin, I really enjoy when I see all those press releases, PSN, Lagos is saying, it makes a lot of difference because it's getting somewhere. Maybe we need to get to another stage where we now deliberately make sure that this kind of things we are doing, we bring in the press and we do a whole lot of things in a very systematic way. So social media is a major issue. And I think the regulatory bodies now, in the minimum, what regulatory bodies should do is to make sure that some things are checkmated and that there are penalties. If you do this and you are caught, this is what will be done. And I think that's why they want to be putting NIN and all those things on social media, because people change all these things. Somebody can have 5 Facebook, 10 Instagram, and so on. So the regulatory bodies should be able to say where you cannot go. These are the things you cannot discuss on social media. You cannot discuss this, you cannot discuss that. And if you are caught, these are the penalties. The moment those kind of things are being done. I wanted to allude to the fact that right now, while I appreciate that it's good for us to be able to buy products online, I'm just giving an example now. Where do we draw the line? Because if what I'm supposed to put on the online pharmacy is just OTC, and I see somebody else who is bringing all the ethicals, then I wonder to myself, I make more money on ethicals, this person is making money, I'm only making money from OTC. Why can't the regulatory bodies just make it very, because I've been in distribution before and I know that the regulation in that space is so poor that anybody can buy any drug online. So if you can buy any drug online, you can also talk about anything online. So we need to bring our regulatory people to a place where, as a Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacy Council and all that, what are the laws that govern this? What are the laws that govern the digital space? Because digital space is getting bigger and bigger. Tomorrow you just see another thing come on. So I think that we need to hold them to accountability to be able to say, what are the things you can say on the social space? Can you talk about drugs? If you talk about drugs, who is regulating that? So maybe there might need to be a department of digital whatever in our council, in our whatever, because digital is here to stay. So it's really tough. The digital space is really tough. I wonder why a 9-year-old boy or girl is having a social media account. I mean, so there are many things that are not regulated, and it's getting more serious every day. So a lot of things are just going on that but I think in our own little way, anything we discuss, we put it in the press, we put it in our own social media handle, and it goes round. Some people share it. We make sure that, for example, after this meeting, everything we share in the YouTube, everybody go and share it. Before you know it, we're also diffusing the environment. So we should not keep information to ourselves. We should use our social media space individually also to say certain things about what people are talking about. Thank you very much, man. Beautiful. That's because that's a benefit of digital now. So if you just share it, like everything you heard about vaccine today, share it. I mean, put it on your is it status or DP status? I don't usually use the status, but one day I used it, and within 5 minutes, people started commenting. I said, so this thing is so powerful like this. I was so surprised. So, and our children know how to do this thing better, so you might need to handle. So, let's fill the space with more positive information. Then the negative begins to die down. That's the only thing I know how to do. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. Thank you very much to the resource persons. So, the question, there's one, I don't know whether it's a question or a comment. There was a time the Lagos State people, I don't know whether it's the state government, they came out with this HPV. And they said that the children from the age of, I think, 8 to 15 should take 9 to 15. So it created a lot of commotion among parents.
Sorry, can we have one house? This is a very important question.
And so they said, I mean, how can a 9-year-old who is not sexually active go and take the HPV? So a lot of concerned parents came together, to talk against this thing, and in some platforms that I belong to, there was a lot of heated argument that why? I mean, what is the relevance of a 9-year-old who is not sexually active to go and take the HPV? So many people were against the idea. So I want you to say something about that. Right. Then for the lecture on emotional intelligence, I just want to find out if there is a yes, for you, yes, please, there's a lot of mental health issues are here in our country. It's very, very much with us. And I thought about the example you gave of that lady, a very highly intelligent woman, but for lack of emotional intelligence, she has lost her job. And you were supposed to be of help to her. She talked on and on and on, obviously from a high level of pride, right? So is there anything that, any suggestion you can give? This, the personality test you were talking about, for people to have it. So by the time we do it, and we know, our level of pride is like this, so we need to be humble. Then that will help us, because that a lady now, if care is not taken, she'll become very unhappy, and those talents she has might start to dwindle, and the society will be at loss. So if there's anything we can do, like something that can help people, check their personality, if there's any test or so that you can recommend. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there a pridometer that measures pride?
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I start?
Please respond, then I'll come to this side.
All right.
Okay.
Question, I'm standing up because...
Okay, so we'll take one more question. Should we take that before you respond, so that we just run up?
Let me respond to this. I'm standing up because this is a very important question that she has raised. HPV vaccine. Number one, the human papilloma virus is a very... there are over 200 HPV species. I believe we know that. The virulent ones, the carcinogenic ones, are no more than maximum like 16 of them or thereabout. The ones that cause cervical cancer are majorly the 16 and the 18 types. Majorly when a woman has sexual intercourse, number one is sexually transmitted. All right? The first time a girl has sex, the level of exposure to that HPV is very, very high. Okay? It's very, very likely that the girl is going to have an infection. Two things. 90-something% of that HPV is cleared off. So it does not get to persistent infection. But nobody knows the 0.5%, 6% that might end up being persistent. Nobody knows. The second thing is, at that age, when the girl is younger, the immunity is stronger, and the girl is able to, get rid of you and so on. The older a woman gets, the lower the immunity is. Now, I'm giving all that background so that we can understand HPV itself. So, cervical cancer cannot happen without a persistent human papilloma virus infection. As a matter of fact, there is the cervical intraepithelial 1, there is a 2, there is a 3, then there's a 4. Once a woman gets to the 3, then it's becoming carcinogenic. You might not be able to reverse, but 1 and 2 is still reversible. It has been found that because it's an infection, the body does try and generate immune response, but there are women that for one reason cannot do that and all that. So, fortunately, because it is an infection, it's not like breast cancer that is not an infection. It's difficult to get a vaccine for breast cancer. But for cervical cancer, it's very fortunate for humanity that we can get a vaccine because it's an infection. It has now been found that when you give that vaccine to somebody who is not sexually active, I just hope
please,
that...
One else, please.
I just wish you could have one house on this because everybody needs to get the right information on that.
Hello?
When you give that vaccine to someone who has never been sexually active, all right, especially at early ages, the level of immunogenicity, in other words, the immune response you get from such a young girl is very high. It's so high that you might not even need more than one of that vaccine, okay? More than one shot for a lifetime. But the moment the girl is in her 20s, even 18, 19, that thing begins to drop. If the girl is already sexually active, that means the girl is already exposed to different types of HPV and so on. So you don't get what you really want. What you want is you want a girl that has never been sexually active, that has never been exposed to any HPV to get it. The immunity shoots up so much that it covers that girl for life. She will not even need a second dose. So that is the reason for the 9 years. All the gist about where it affects and then to give birth. Or it's just believe me, it's not correct. Now, in Scotland, when the HPV vaccine came, it was a Severix they had then for the GSK version. They gave it. 10 years later, they found out that 99.9% of the girls that took it did not have HPV infection. So in other words, you have saved an entire generation from even having cervical. Right now in the UK, if you hear that anybody has cervical cancer, it cannot be somebody who is indigent. It must be somebody coming from outside the country. So practically speaking, they've been able to eradicate cervical cancer. And if you ask me, where do we need this vaccine most? It is right here in this country where we have the most populous blood and so on and so forth, because it's even more on this side than on the side. So that is the reason. So girls 9 to 14 have the highest level of immunogenicity, and that's why they are being targeted. In fact, I think Lagos State is just doing just 9, and Nigeria just 9, but it's actually 9 to 14. So if you can't catch the 9-year-old, make sure you catch them before they are 15. Once they get to 15 years, you need to double that dose. It will need to be taken 2 times. So the government thought about it. If we wait till they are 15, I hope it's one house.
Can we please have one house? Thank you.
The cost of one dose of that vaccine is about $100 if you want to buy it yourself. So, Merck is giving it to the country at a very, very lower rate, and Gavi is paying for it. Many countries are paying for it on our behalf. So they made the calculation. If we have 7 million babies born every year, that will mean we'll have about 7 million girls in circulation, every year, kind of. I don't know boys. But what I'm saying now is, it makes sense for the country to be able to get a dosage regimen that's just one, so that cost is just once and for all. If you wait till they are 15, you have to do 2. Now, in 3 years' time now, all the bodies that are supporting the government to get vaccines at a cheaper rate or whatever, they are all going to leave Nigeria. It will now be Nigeria and Nigeria alone. How sustainable will such be? So it's unfortunate that this kind of information is not going out as it were. So and people begin to suspect, why are they targeting? There's nothing about being targeted about whatever. It's just about the economic calculation. And it's better that we prevent cervical cancer than to treat it. As I speak to you now, the machines they can use to treat all those cancers, I don't think there are 10 in the whole country. And we have a population of females about at least 100 million. So please, that is the only reason. And to go to boys now, without boys, there can be HPV. It takes a boy to put HPV inside a girl. So some other countries have even gone higher than us. They say, let's even vaccinate the boys too. So that, you are able to balance the equation. But I don't think Nigeria is on the level of resources where we are able to. It's about cost. So please just understand that that's the only reason. And please, if you know, my own girl has taken it. I won't preach something I'm not doing. My wife, and so on and so forth. So please, it's the right way to go. Let that girl be protected for the sake of every other person. Thank you very much.
Okay. As regards the question that you asked concerning the lady that you said I have to just leave her, I tried. I said I told her some things. That the grade you got from your university is not enough to sustain you on a job or to get you promoted. I said the moment you get into an organization, nobody remembers the grade with which you came in. So I was able to tell her that. But the other aspects of counseling her, don't think that you know more than everybody. She wasn't ready to listen. She was just talking. Presently, she has actually left the country. So maybe at least Because I will have gotten a talk with the mother again that tried to talk to your daughter. Now, one way of knowing your personality and your weaknesses is the feedback you get from people. Maybe this person is telling you, you talk too much. This one is telling you, you get angry too much. You will know that that's an area of weakness that you have to work on. So that's a way of helping you to know your areas of weakness. And immediately somebody, three people are telling you the same thing.
Please, let's listen. Let's pay attention.
Please, let's listen.
Please.
When 2 or 3 people are telling you the same thing, don't get defensive about it. And you start saying, after all, it was because this and because of that. So, like I gave you an example of a sister-in-law. You can't be the only one that is always right. When 4 or 5 people are saying you don't have good interpersonal skills, then you must know that that is an area you need to work on. All right? I hope I was able to answer your question. Thank you. I think we are done. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
A round of applause for our facilitators. Thank you very much. May God bless you pharmaceutically. So, without further ado, we promised the first 25 people who arrived here today some gifts. So, we'll quickly... Do you want to call their names or they should just come and meet you? Okay. So, if you are sure that you are one of the first 20... Okay.
Can we quickly do that? Okay, so the first name is Adeboyga Adeyombo. Yeah, you see here from Novartis. I think they are gone. They are gone. Omobolanle Adekunle Baido. Yes, welcome. Next, we have Olami Ju Temidayo. Are you see here, please? Is the person here? Okay. All right, please come. Next, we have Folari Ibrahim. All right. Thank you, sir. We have Odekuma Okemute. Did I pronounce that right? All right. Thank you. Shoyebo Abdul Ahmed. Are you here, please? Thank you. Oduyebo Lekon. Are you here, please? Not here. Okay. Oluwabukola Sheon from Bagara General Hospital. Is person here? Oluwabukola Sheon from Bagara General Hospital. Okay. Lawa Okoyemi. Are you here, please? Okay. Kodri Adeni. This is my egbo. Found Kodri. Okay, please, we give Madam too. They are in our constituency. Peters Oluyemi. Peters Oluyemi, are you here? Peter Oluyemi. Lasek. LASEC. Okay, still in our constituency. Okay, Novartis is Farm Dayo Adetola. Oh, okay, our speaker. All right. Farm, your name is here. So I'll skip you. Ajibola Olufunke. Are you here? Awobusi Olugbenga. Awobusi Olugbenga. The person here? Okay. Oh, your people have collected everything here. We should just let us pack it and send it to them. Okay, Adebesh. I can't. Adebeshi. Okay, same. Okay. Next. Okay, this Suleiman Olusegun. This is not from your side, ma. Caroline Ademiluyi. Okay. Oh, yeah. No, my Oga here. My Oga caller here. Should we give our speaker? Does he deserve to get it? He's a speaker. Okay. Please give my Oga caller here, sir. We have Ajayi Olubumi. Bagana General Hospital. Is the person here? Okay, please come. So, I'm on the 25th name now. But I know we skip some names, so maybe how many left there? Who is that? I called Bagada. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Yes, no Bagada. Oluwabukola Seun. You know the person? Have I called? Has the person come out? Oluwabukola Seun. Okay, let's go now.
No, it's not here. I give it to her for.
Amusho Gbenga. Amusho Gbenga, are you here? Amusho Gbenga from Ajeromi. Okay. Blessing Iowa Salami. Is person here? Not here. Chief Ogunlade Olaito. Where is Chief? Not qualified. Okay, yeah. Esco. Okay. Ogunlade Ayodele. So she's here to sew. Then somebody, I can't get the name, Ifoma from Enosco in Kem Dilim. I'm not sure. Okay, right. So I don't murder the name. The last but not the least on this list that we are giving, Ogungbade Ayodele. Okay, you've collected. All right. Are we done? Should I keep calling? Your name is the next name here. Okay. Do you see have Abisoye Oluwafisayo? Abisoye Oluwafisayo from Lagos State. Is he from Vice Chairman's constituency? Again from you. Abisoye. Okay. Ayoluwa Asha Randall from Rand General Hospital. This person here? Not here. Popola Emmanuel from Bagada again. Okay, Randy is here. Okay. The Ori Reola BC General Hospital Lagos. That'll be all. Okay. Oriola BC, that's the last person. The last person to get it. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay. Okay, some announcements.
Wait behind. Announcement, please. Council Merit Award winners. Wait behind after the meeting. We have. They should wait behind. We have a very brief meeting.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We want to appreciate all our senior colleagues, fellows, members of the ESCOs, all attendees, both physically and virtually. Thank you for. I can look and see our national secretary. Well done, sir. You just came in quietly and started there. We honor you, sir. Thank you all for making this day. I want to appreciate Novartis for sponsoring this our masterclass. We called on them and they answered us. Thank you. We appreciate you. And for all the speakers, thank you, Saz. Famkola, thank you. Our speaker on mission, thank you, Ma. And so on behalf of the CPC Planning Committee, we'd like to say thank you. We are not ending today. Tomorrow, we're expecting all of us at the Present Event Center at Ajao Road in Ikeja. So please, and on Friday, the Common Outreach, right? Okay. So thank you. Any other announcements for now? Thank you. Please see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Bye.
The Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN, Lagos State Branch, presents 2025 Annual Pharmacy and Scientific Week. Theme, Digitalizing Pharmacy, Enhancing Access and Equity for Universal Health Coverage. Chairman of the occasion, Pharmacist Solomon Ohi Aigbabwa, FPSN, MD Chief Research Officer, Sonedis Nigeria. Keynote address, Pharmacist Professor Cyril Odinose Usifo, FPSN, Immediate Past President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. Chief host, Pharmacist Ayuba Tanko Ibrahim, FPSN. President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. Host, Pharmacist Babayemi Oyekunle, FPSN. Chairman, PSN Lagos State Branch. Masterclass series sponsored by Novartis. Date Monday 25th August to Friday 29th August 2025. Program of events Monday 25th August, ACPN Day. Outreaches to police area commands across Lagos State. Tuesday 26th August, ALPS meets at 10 a.m. Venue, the Secretariat Hall, Ikorodu Local Government Secretariat, opposite General Hospital, Ikorodu, Obasekumade Road, Ikorodu, Lagos. AHAPON will be at PSN Secretariat, Ogudu, for impactful technical and interest group activities. Wednesday 27th August, Masterclass by Novartis. Topic, Novel Approach in the Management of Dyslipidemia. Venue, PSN Lagos Secretariat, Ogudu, Lagos. Physical and virtual attendees. Time, 9 a.m. prompt. Grand opening ceremony. Date Thursday 28 August 2025. Venue, Pleasant Event Center, Ajao Road, Ikeja. Time, 10 a.m. prompt. Red carpet start by 9 a.m. This hybrid event will be streamed live on PharmaStream TV YouTube channel. Subscribe today for instant notifications when the event goes live. Announcer, Pharmacist Kunle Ogunlowo, MEW, Chairman, Planning Committee.